Good evening. I am Mayor Cecilia Taylor, and welcome to the October 22nd regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers on one item. First, I would like to do roll call and introduce City Council members and staff present. In the chambers are myself, Mayor Cecilia Taylor, City Council members Betsy Nash, Maria Dorr, and Jen Willison. Vice Mayor Drew Combs is joining virtually using provisions from the Brown Act. In accordance with Government Code 54953 B.2a, when one or more City Council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken in alphabetical order on first name basis. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. And again, echoing a welcome to our regular October 22nd City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are participating in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card at that back table and then return to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. That does conclude my instructions. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item is agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or information items? Vice Mayor Combs, did you want to adjust the agenda? Thank you. Does any of the council members wish to modify the order of the agenda? Thank you. The next item is report from closed session. I would like to introduce our city attorney, Nira Doherty, to report out from the October 21st closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. The next item is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda. Therefore, the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Herron, can you please call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are participating in person, completing a speaker card at the back table, and then returning to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, engaging that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, I currently see 2 speakers. So this is the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, and our first speaker will be Bill Kirsch, followed by Nancy LaRocca Headley.
City Council members, thank you for your work. I love you guys for your commitment to the city and city manager and public works staff. I know everybody's doing the best they can, but I'm here to express how deeply disappointed I am with the lack of progress, with the lack of any action on our street, Partridge Avenue. Partridge is a connector street. It's the main cut through for Allied Arts folks to get to El Camino Real. It's the only street of 4 parallel streets to Middle that has no remediation, no impediments to high-speed driving. I'll go one at a time. Middle, most folks now avoid Middle. You've got all that traffic for Safeway. We have parallel parking for Nealon, so people avoid that. So they look to the other parallel streets. College has a stop sign. Partridge has nothing. We're 1,300-foot drag racing lane. The next street over is Cambridge. They have speed humps. The next street over from that is Harvard. They have a stop sign, and then they have a gutter that goes across the street. So Partridge is getting the lion's share of the traffic, speeding traffic. And I've been asking for years, and so have my neighbors, to try to help us do something. We sent the letter in on October 7. We had 40 signatures. I made a public comment at Complete Streets, and what I got back from Kevin Chen, who I have a lot of respect for, he said, oh, we're going to hire somebody in the future. They're going to study the plan, study allied arts, come up with a recommendation, blah, 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 run it by Complete Streets. We'll get to it. Well, that sounds like never to me. And then I noticed that Atherton is using rubber speed humps. And I talked to Robert Ovadia, the director of public works there. He had the foresight, the guts, whatever it took to just put those out there. They're simple, they're low cost, they're less than $100 per speed hump. They have them on 6 streets. And he told me they just put them out there on trial and they'll see what happens and they'll make adjustments. So I'm just saying, help Partridge. I know you got like a 60 slideshow from college. Help us. Don't wait for somebody to come onto the staff and write a report and we delay for years. We need help right now. You can do rubber speed humps as an interim step, do it as a trial, and then you can work on this master plan. But master plans take years and years and years, and your focus should be on helping your neighbors. We're trying to create a safe environment for our citizens. That should be the #1 goal. And I think there's too much focus on process and not enough on action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Nancy LaRocca Headley.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking in support of installing speed humps along Partridge Avenue, as Bill was. We have many bikers on our street, including both adults and many children. And our community would love to be able to reduce the speed of car traffic, making our street safer for everyone. So we strongly encourage you to consider installing these rubber speed humps as recommended in our recent letter to the city. As I understand it, this approach is both inexpensive and easy to install and remove. So thank you for considering our request to make our street safer.
Thank you for your comment. Mayor Taylor, it does look like we had one additional hand raised. Thank you. Turning this over to Ross Silverstein.
Hi, City Council. I wanted to talk about, I noticed that a number of different streets in my neighborhood and some others were recently repaved. And I know that in our Vision Zero action plan, one of the plans or action items was to use repaving and reslurrying as an opportunity to rethink any safety measures or complete streets measures that could be added to those streets using the guise under we have to repave it anyway, we might as well do it. And that way over time, we could cover the whole city. But it's my impression after having seen things look substantially similar that didn't occur. And just a reminder to either the council or Public Works or the Complete Streets Commission to attempt to use those opportunities when we do repave things to really think about those streets, think about the needs of pedestrians, kids, dog walkers, anyone else who are using that space. And then hopefully we can leverage that as a way to make things safer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, that does conclude our speakers for item E. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you to everyone that provided public comment. Our next agenda item is item F, presentations and proclamations. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comment on our presentations or proclamations?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, opening public comment for item F1, a proclamation on national bullying prevention. If you are participating in person, you can complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on item F1, our proclamation on National Bullying Prevention Month. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. National Bullying Prevention Month, founded in 2006 to educate and raise awareness of bullying prevention, is a time for all of us to promote kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. More than 1 out of 5 students in the United States report being bullied each year, which can lead to devastating and long-term effects, such as loss of self-esteem, increased anxiety, and depression for those involved. By promoting kindness and inclusivity and respect, we can contribute to creating workplaces, schools, and communities where everyone feels valued and respected. Together, we have the power to make bullying a thing of the past and build a better, more compassionate world. Our next item is a presentation, item F2, from Peninsula Clean Energy Update. At this time, here to introduce the item is PCE's CEO, Sean Marshall.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so very much for having me tonight. My name is Sean Marshall. I am the CEO of Peninsula Clean Energy, a position that I have held since last summer, when you guys might, or you all might recall that Jan Pepper retired, and I'm happy to say that she is doing well in retirement, enjoying grandchildren and all kinds of other activities. So before I get started, I do want to acknowledge Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Dorr, who both serve on our board of directors, and we do appreciate all of your fine leadership. So thank you very much for that. I also want to introduce my colleague, Mark Hirschman, who is our Director of Government Affairs. So with that, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. And if I might ask for the brief video, and then I'll just finish up with some slides. Thank you.
Peninsula Clean Energy was founded in 2016 with a clear goal: to provide clean energy, lower rates, and to combat climate change. As a nonprofit energy provider, I'm proud to say that we've managed to slash emissions by 94%, while at the same time increasing renewables and maintaining electric generation rates at a minimum 5% below PG&E. That's over $100 million back to our customers and our community since 2016.
In the past year, we've secured our largest wind contract to date, adding over 200 megawatts of clean energy into our resource portfolio. In 2024, we expect to bring online 5 new projects, adding over 300 megawatts of new capacity onto the grid. This will get us within striking distance of meeting our 100% renewable goal.
Peninsula Clean Energy is showing that we don't have to make a choice between affordable rates and cleaner energy.
We don't have to satisfy corporate shareholders. Our customers are our shareholders.
Peninsula Clean Energy was started to combat climate change, but now it's so much more. The true value of community choice is that it's local. It means going to your street fair and seeing us at a booth and asking a question about your energy bill. It's also when you go to plug in your EV and seeing a charger provided by Peninsula Clean Energy. Peninsula Clean Energy serves all of our customers in our community with different language outreach and programs for all income levels.
A lot of the programs that come from Peninsula Clean Energy help our communities to take part, because many times the communities that we serve are left out with the policies that comes down to address climate change and greenhouse gas emissions.
We're helping the community install thousands of chargers, including at hard-to-reach places like apartment buildings.
So with Peninsula Clean Energy's EV Ready program, this has been so affordable. We're at 29 outlets installed, and the cost has been basically nothing. And for mom and pop housing providers, that's really, really important to us because we don't have a lot of capital to spend.
The average charger in our program is being installed for about $4,000, much less than the average of $10,000 to $18,000 in other programs.
We are your local partner in building a sustainable community. Peninsula Clean Energy remains steadfast in our commitment to power our communities, combat climate change, and provide affordable clean energy to the customers we proudly serve.
Okay, thank you so much for watching. Clearly, I've had a little haircut since then. All right.
Peninsula
so-
Clean Energy was founded in 2016.
Nobody wants to have to watch that twice. Thank you so much. All righty. So I'm just going to run us through a couple of update slides to bring you all up to speed with what we've been up to over the past year or so. And one of the things that we've really focused on is putting our customers first. So to level set, I just want to remind you about the model under which we operate. So Peninsula Clean Energy is a community choice aggregator. That is an energy model that essentially partners with the investor-owned utility, in our case, Pacific Gas and Electric. So PCE takes over responsibility for the procurement and development of clean power resources. We then put that on the grid. PG&E is still responsible for the delivery of that power, for consolidated billing, and taking care of the pole and wire infrastructure, so that at the end of the day, all of you and all of our customers here in San Mateo County and the city of Los Banos benefit from lower rates and definitely cleaner power. So it is a what we would call a shared service model in the service of greenhouse gas reduction. So we've been very, very focused this past year on rate affordability because you all probably are hearing about it too, or feeling it in your own homes and businesses, but very much focused on trying to meet the challenge right now of very high electricity rates and doing what we can to keep those rates low. So this slide shows you that since we launched in 2016, we have saved customers $163 million, so even more than what was in the video. And that is in part because we held rates at 2023 levels earlier this year. We are on pace actually to approach 200 million in customer savings by the end of this year. So that's a significant milestone for us. We also shifted the way that we are setting rates to a cost of service model so that our rates more closely match our revenue requirements, with the goal of watching our budget and making sure that our budget reflects our expenditures and our necessary expenditures, but also watching the bottom line and saving customers money. Earlier this year, the board approved a $68 million community reinvestment package. That package included a $300 rebate to our low-income customers throughout our service territory. It also includes member agency energy grants, which I'll touch on shortly, along with additional funding for batteries in public facilities, including school districts, et cetera. I believe there were 12 different initiatives that we funded, and Councilwoman Nash did serve on that committee, so we really appreciate your leadership and voice there. We have awarded $530,000 this year to 16 nonprofits that handle public education for communities for customers in communities that are hard to reach, and those are in multiple languages. So we remain committed to decarbonizing our energy supply. That really is the heart of what we do. Our goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions throughout our service territory and then beyond throughout the state. So what you see here is a chart that is based on our 2022 load. It's very, very similar. We will be releasing our 2023 numbers shortly. But what you see there on the bottom navy is our Eco Plus default product. And what you see there is that we are almost at zero emissions now, whereas the state of California is at the top and PG&E is there in the middle as light gray. So our emissions, once the geothermal, we have a little bit of geothermal emissions, that is now shifting to be a qualified renewable power product in the state of California. So that will be going to zero in our next reporting. We have many different programs that we offer to our customers to enhance the work that we do on the procurement side. So I'm not going to read all of these bullets here, but the most popular thing that we're doing right now is our 0% loan. That's a $10,000 loan to customers. There's no income qualification. It's one page. It's very easy, and it's can be used for any kind of power install, whether it's solar or electrification at a home or a business. It's been very, very successful and continues to be. We also have a very active electric transportation function. And you saw Philip Kobernick on the screen there. And we've really been able to scale our activities with respect to EV charging installation and EV rebates. But the charging capacity has been very important to us, especially reaching out to multifamily apartment buildings where that tends to be an underserved area, to incentivize folks who are renting to go ahead and purchase that EV because they've got the infrastructure to take care of it. We also have active partnerships with our member agencies, including really very active partnership here in Menlo Park with Rachel. I want to acknowledge Rachel for all of her great work. It's a really solid partnership that we have with your city, with Rachel at the helm there. So we fund climate action planning. We have GovEV programs to support your fleets. I know we're engaged in that with you all. We have several what we're calling GovPV projects, where we're putting solar on municipal facilities, followed later by battery storage. So those are meant to be a closed loop system there. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the member agency government grants. So for Menlo Park itself, we have 2 slides, which is unusual. Mostly this is one slide, just to tell you how much activity we have here. You all have about 16,000 active customers in the city with a 98% participation rate. We want to thank you for your ambassadorship because what you do, the community does, and we have very high retention here. 12.5 million saved by your constituents. It's really much more than that at this point, but we'll be able to provide updated numbers as we go. We've already mentioned the service we receive from your fine councilwomen. We have 6 youth climate ambassadors attending high schools nearby. And we sponsor a number of programs, as you can see there on this slide. So all range of things, including, next up, going electric in Menlo Park. So you can see there, those numbers are the newest numbers we have for electric appliance rebates, e-bike rebates, electric chargers, and a partnership to electrify homes in Belhaven. And then $786,000 available to the city for the member agency energy grant. That's for any kind of public facility electrification. And we've got, again, electrification of the Belhaven Child Development Center and other incentives happening. So hats off to your staff for really being assertive and making it happen for your city. So new developments, I'm almost done here. So the new developments have been really scaling our programs to make sure that they are accessible by customers. We had cases in the past where the applications were pretty complicated and lots of information, and it just turned into a disincentive to participate. And so we really looked at that and streamlined our approach to make it more customer friendly. We have shifted, the board made a decision several months ago to shift our goal of meeting 100% renewable energy portfolio. We pushed that out to 2030, primarily because the energy markets are incredibly high right now, and we are trying to maintain that balance in rate affordability for our customers. But we will get there. We're just going to be more incremental about it over the next 5 years. 2 exciting things to notice. We enrolled the San Mateo Community College District accounts in July and Caltrain in September. So that's adding to our load, which is certainly helpful. We are in the middle of a strategic plan. See you in a couple of nights to talk about that for the board retreat. And we are really focused on the customer in everything we do. So with that, I will say thank you very much and take any questions you might have.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments or feedback from city council members?
Just want to express my gratitude to PCE for all the work that your team is doing. And in addition to everything you mentioned, also working on the 4.5 million that we are bringing in electrification efforts to low-income households across Menlo Park. So very appreciative of that as well. And just want to appreciate this presentation and calling out specifically how people in our community in Menlo Park are using the rebates and taking advantage of this. And so thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Hope you have a lovely evening. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you.
Mayor Taylor, may I open this up to public comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you. All right, so if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our presentation item F2, Peninsula Clean Energy Update, if you're in person, completing a speaker card at the back table, returning to me at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Right, this will be the final call for public comment on our presentation item F2. All right, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you so much again for the presentation. The next item on our agenda is our consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items G1, City Council meeting minutes, or G2, the adoption of an ordinance, amending public safety information of the Municipal Code. If you are in person, completing a speaker card at the back table, returning to me at the clerk's desk, participating virtually, engaging that hand feature bottom of your screen, calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Right, this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items G1 and G2. Okay, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. I request that G1 and G2 are separated for voting purposes, please.
Is there a motion to approve item G1?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash and a second by City Council Member Willison to accept the City Council meeting minutes for September 24th, 2024. Any further City Council question or discussion on that? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Nash?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yes.
City Council Member Willison?
Yes.
City Council Member Doer?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve item G2.
I so move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Doer and a second by City Council Member Willison to waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 2.56, Public Safety Information of the Menlo Park Municipal Code, updating the city's automated license plate reader regulations. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Nash?
No.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yes.
City Council Member Willison?
Yes.
City Council Member Doer?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Nash dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is our study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. The first study session item this evening is item H1, consider next steps for the Coleman and Ringwood Avenues Transportation Study. Here to introduce this item is our Senior Transportation Engineer, Christiane Choi, and our W-Trans Senior Planner, Mark Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Council members, I'm Christiane Choi, Senior Transportation Engineer with the city's Transportation Division, and I'm joined tonight by Mark Spencer with W-Trans, who is the consultant team working on the project. So tonight our presentation will go over just the study overview, introduce the long-term alternatives that were developed, then the short-term options, go into the feedback we heard from stakeholders and some preliminary cost estimates, and then finally we'll conclude with the direction we're seeking from City Council. So just a background, the Coleman and Ringwood Avenue study is a joint study between the county and the city, and it's you know, this map here shows the two streets in the project. Coleman Avenue is shared between the county and the city, and then Ringwood Avenue is mostly in the county with a small portion close to Middlefield Road in the city. There's a number of schools that are accessed by both of these streets. As you can see on this map, there's Menlo Atherton High School, the Laurel Elementary School, and then Peninsula School in this kind of in between the Coleman and Ringwood corridors, and then on the other end near Willow, both Kip Valley and the Silicon Valley International School. So one of the main goal for the study was to develop a preferred community plan that would help improve mobility for active transportation users, as well as improve safety for all roadway users. So the study was developed in 4 phases. We started out with existing conditions and some of the key concerns that we heard from the community during that phase was the lack of pedestrian and bicycle facilities, concerns about speeding, and illegal parking and lack of crossing opportunities. And then when we moved into the second phase, we developed some initial alternatives where we then went back to the community for some feedback. And then in the third phase, we narrowed down those alternatives and developed some long-term alternatives for both corridors. And then finally, we had a fourth phase where we developed some pilot concepts for Coleman Avenue. So throughout the 2-year process for this project, we had a lot of community engagement. As I mentioned, during the first phase, we asked community members about what are their existing concerns. And we had a number of pop-up events. We had some walking tours. We also had a couple of pop-in events, as well as an online community survey. During phase 2, we had a interactive workshop where we had community members engage with kind of wood blocks to test out the different alternatives. We also, during this process, had some community advisory committee meetings. That community was made up of residents, representatives from schools, also representatives from the Complete Streets Commission, as well as the county's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Then in phase 3, we had some additional outreach and we had an open house as well as a pop-up demonstration event. And that's when we heard some comments about the long-term alternatives. And then in phase 4, which we'll go into a little bit more detail about, we developed some pilot alternatives to respond to the feedback we heard in phase 3. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mark to talk about the long-term alternatives.
Thank you, Christiane, and thank you to the City Council for having us here this evening. We developed a series of alternatives through the whole process. The engagement allowed us to evaluate and to refine several alternatives, both along Ringwood Avenue as well as Coleman Avenue. What you see on the screen right now is what rose to the surface for Ringwood Avenue. And as you can see, the biggest change is really adding protected bike lanes near the schools, having an off-street pathway, again, on the school side. This was something that we worked with the community, with the schools, trying to figure out where this would fit, staying within the right-of-way. On the bottom of your screen, what you see is a series of traffic calming improvements, including crosswalk enhancements, speed tables, and so forth. Each of the slides that you're about to see, underlying or underpinning each of the alternatives on Coleman and on Ringwood, include a series of traffic calming improvements. What rose to the surface during the engagement process was there is a desire to have slower speeds, a desire for safety, and a desire for improvements in active transportation, the ability for all users, walking or bicycling, scooters, even e-bikes, what can we do and how can we do it better than what we're doing now? On the next slide, this is the second of three. This is the Coleman Avenue segment that's actually in the county, in the Menlo Oaks neighborhood. And in this case, the key here in terms of the improvements, the bike lanes with the off-street pathway. And we're trying to figure out what side of the street that might go on, whether this would be a narrowing of travel lanes, but how can we have a situation with bikes traveling on both sides? Where would the transitions occur? We thought a lot about the school travel, particularly the kids on bikes, but also there's a lot of community members who express interest in bicycling and also walking. And when we were out there many, many times in all sorts of weather, at different times of the day, different times of the year, different times of the week, you see a lot of people walking strollers with their pets, with their children, walking them to school, and just general people out and about. And the safety concerns are real. And the feeling of vulnerability that people have when they're walking, particularly when they don't have sidewalks, when they don't have protected or separated facilities, is very real. And so what you see here, a vegetated shoulder, that's on the left, on the upper left. And when you say, what's a vegetated shoulder? There was a strong desire that came forth through the engagement not to add pavement, with the image of pavement and more pavement meaning, hey, maybe that's going to look like people are going to speed up because they think the lanes are suddenly wider or there's more pavement or there's more room out there. So using different types of materials in order to create that pathway. The view that you see here, by the way, would be looking east towards Willow Road. And so we want to orient people in terms of east, west, north, or south, but this would be towards Willow Road. So as you come from Ringwood, looking towards Willow Road in the county segment. Again, you'll see on the bottom, in terms of the traffic calming improvements, there are traffic circles now. We wanted to enhance those, make those more visible, maybe increase the respect that there is for those traffic circles that are out there right now. You also see a crosswalk and an intersection improvement at Ringwood and Coleman itself. I want to flip to the next slide and talk about the city's segment of Coleman. In this segment, what we have is a really different right-of-way, different width, and also a little bit different on the land use side because there are several apartments that we have near Willow Road itself. What we're seeing here again is a view looking east towards Willow Road, closer to Willow Road in this case, because we are in the city section. Right now, there's parking on both sides of the street. The longer term design alternative does call for removal of parking on one side of the street. That could be on either side of the street in actuality. In this case, the drawing does show removal on what would be the left side here, which would be I guess the north side of the street, if you wanted to look at it that way, but closer to the apartments where a shared use pathway would be installed. It's a trade-off because we're trying to stay within the right of way. So the parking would remain on one side of the street. And then we'd have a shared use pathway. On that side of the street, it would then align with the improvements on the county segment of Coleman. So it would be a little easier on the transition as you move along on Coleman itself. And on the bottom, you'll see a series of traffic calming improvements, bulb outs, which would narrow some of the maneuverability around intersections and slow traffic down. You'll see the use of sharrows. You'll see the potential for an all-way stop sign, and also where the shared use path is on that side of the street. So these are the longer term, the longer term vision for what we were able to come up with from several engagement activities and a fair amount of evaluation and analysis. I'll turn it back over to Christiane to talk about the next steps before we go into what came next.
Thanks, Mark. One thing I wanted to point out was after we identified a long-term alternative for Ringwood Avenue, we did receive a petition from Ringwood Avenue residents that, and a majority of them signed it, raising a lot of concerns about that long-term alternative. In addition, during the phase 3 of our study, there was a lot of concerns that we heard from the residents in the county section of Coleman. They had some concerns that the long-term alternative would remove heritage trees. They were also concerned about pavement widening, as Mark had mentioned earlier, and they wanted to see ways that we could reduce traffic. So we came up with some short-term pilot options. And so this table summarizes those options. The first 4 options are either in the county, or it would be something that would cover both the city and the county. And Mark is going to go into more about those. And then the 5th and 6th options are ones that would happen in the city section of Coleman Avenue. We had gone to the Complete Streets Commission to get feedback on the report for this for the project, and at that time they had recommended some looking into ways to add bike facilities onto Coleman in the city section. So that's why we have those 2 options.
So I'll take you through each of these right now on these pilot projects of what might be proposed. So first up in the county section, a series of turn restrictions. We call this pilot option number 1. What you would see is, in essence, we've seen this elsewhere sometimes, either permanently or through the use of peak hour turn restrictions, trying to ameliorate the traffic that heads in a particular direction. You can see on the diagram, the no left turn in the morning at Willow and Coleman in the morning. Also, in the afternoon, what you would see at Ringwood and Coleman, the no right turn. This does obviously reroute traffic in different ways, but it does provide a calmer version of Coleman Avenue to allow for more walking and biking and just a general safer feeling, let's say. And the next one, and this one was discussed quite a bit through the engagement, a road closure, just a flat out, where do we close the road? This would be in the county segment, the road would be closed. Signage would be placed at either end, saying that it's not a through street. The closure itself would allow for bicyclists, pedestrians, emergency vehicles, and buses to pass through. That can be done through its design, but there would be a closure right at approximately Santa Monica, or someplace a little between Santa Monica and Berkeley, where the county and city line is drawn on Coleman Avenue. On the next pilot option, it would be a one-way street. Coleman would be turned into a one-way street towards Ringwood in the county segment. You see a series of turn restrictions that would be involved. The city segment would remain as a two-way street. So this would also involve some rerouting of traffic, but it would certainly free up a lot of space on Coleman Avenue for use of walking and bicycling. Now, on the next option, just a series of traffic calming measures. And this one had a lot of debate as well during the engagement. The feeling was this is something people agree on. People want traffic calming. They want slower streets. They want improved safety. It was the common point, no matter what we were talking about at any particular time. And I thank several of the council members who are here that did attend several of our engagement functions. So you were participating in this and heard a lot of this firsthand. What you can see are the potential locations where we would have traffic calming devices, but slowing the street down from one end to the other, both in the county and in the city segment. Some thought this wouldn't take it far enough. Others thought this was good. This is a good place for us to start and to move forward and advance the process that we've been trying to move forward on for quite some time. Now, in these next two, options 5 and 6 on the pilot options, these would be in the city segment of Coleman Avenue. The first one is a bike lane on one side of the street, and you'll see there's two options for it, 5A and 5B. I'm going to show you a larger diagram here. So on the top, again, looking east towards Willow Road, that seems to be our favorite view for these diagrams. But what you see is the parking lane being removed, a bike lane on that side of the street. You also see the Sharrow for bicyclists traveling eastbound. So this is a westbound bicycle lane, and it also has a raised separation device. So there's reuse of the space, a reallocation of that space so that you would have a separated bike facility of about 5.5 feet, and then the sidewalk on that side, which already exists. Option 5B is one that doesn't have the separated bike facility. That's the primary difference. The other is that the shared lane that you have in the eastbound direction towards Willow Road would remain at 12 feet. So you have a little bit more space. It's a wider lane. So the difference is how that extra 2 feet is allocated in this particular example. And then finally on option 6, these are two narrow bike lanes, and you have a bike lane in each direction, both eastbound and westbound in the city segment. In order to accomplish this, there'll be 10-foot lanes, and on one side in the eastbound direction, you would have a 5-foot bike lane. In the westbound, you'd only be able to fit in a 4-foot bike lane. There wouldn't be any separation, but you would be able to have bike lanes in both directions in the city segment. So the two city segment only pilot options, one includes one bike lane, and you can do that in a number of different ways. The second one, what we're looking at right now, has 2 bike lanes, one in each direction. And these are options for the pilots that were brought forward and also as presented previously to the Complete Street Commission. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Christiane.
Okay, so now I wanted to go into the feedback we heard from stakeholders. So as I mentioned, we went to the Complete Streets Commission earlier this year in February. And at that time, the pilot that we presented to the commission was the no through traffic restriction. So just wanted to let you keep that in mind. But some of the recommendations that we heard from the Complete Streets Commission was for the Ringwood alternative. They wanted us to look at evaluating a left turn restriction from Ringwood into Menlo Atherton High School. They also wanted to us to look at improving the drainage and also consider increasing enforcement for Ringwood. And then for Coleman Avenue, their recommendations was to add an all-way stop at Santa Monica and then explore other traffic calming measures to supplement the pilot. And then, as I mentioned previously, look at ways to add a bike facility or bike lane onto Coleman during the pilot. And that would require parking removal as we shown in the cross sections. Then we also had 2 meetings by the county's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. The first one in September, where they heard about the project. They also heard a lot of comments from members of the community about the project. A majority of those comments supported a one-way pilot option, but no action was taken at that meeting. And then in October, the BPAC also discussed a draft letter supporting a one-way pilot that would be provided to the Board of Supervisors. At their meeting, however, they discussed wanting to consider other viewpoints that were shared at the meeting and through other feedback that had been received throughout the project. And so they modified and approved a letter supporting quick build efforts for Coleman Avenue. We've also wanted to mention that we have also heard some support for the one-way pilot. There was a community-led petition supporting a one-way pilot that was presented in earlier this year. In addition, we recently received a letter from the school district representatives in September also supporting a one-way pilot. So we've developed some preliminary cost estimates, both for the short-term pilot options as well as the long-term alternatives. As you can see, the short-term options are much lower cost, between 60 to 200,000, depending on what concepts are included, and then the long-term options are multi-million-dollar cost estimates. And then this table here summarizes the preliminary cost estimates for the different pilot options and the costs that would be attributed to the city. So keep in mind these cost estimates don't just include construction, but they also include design, doing outreach. A pilot would require some before and after data collection, as well as an evaluation analysis. And so these costs cannot necessarily be added together because there are some double counting of the data collection and the before and after pilot evaluation. But this gives you kind of an idea of the cost for the different alternatives. And I'll say like the traffic calming option can be applied to all the options, whether the pilot is, whether there's a one-way pilot in the county or whether you wanted to just do traffic calming within the city section. And then the bike facility would be, obviously we only pick one of those bike facilities, but those could also be layered on with a traffic calming and a one-way pilot within the county. So this table is just a summary of the direction we're seeking from City Council. The first one action is to accept the final report. This is something that could be standalone if the council chooses to do doesn't want to move forward yet. You can just accept the final report. However, we would recommend that you accept the final report if you do want to move forward with any of the short-term or long-term option. Then action 2 would be to express support for the one-way pilot in the county. This is the one that we've seen the most support for. This support could be expressed either via a letter or a resolution, although a resolution would require us to return for you to adopt that. And then actions 3, 4, and 5 are the ones that are in the city. So you can choose to consider removing the parking on one side and then moving forward with either option 5 or 6 about installing the bike lanes. You could consider installing the traffic calming measures and then consider the stop sign at Santa Monica. I do want to point out that there are some concerns about the stop sign potentially impeding the bicycle through movements as we're trying to increase children going through and using their bikes, and they may or may not want to stop of their route. And then finally, the long-term option is something if you want us to pursue, we can look into grant funding, but right now we don't have any funding, so that would be kind of a longer horizon. So that concludes our presentation, and so happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. And do any council members have questions? Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you for the presentation. A quick clarification, and others might know this, but I'll say it publicly for myself and for maybe the public. The long-term design options proposed here look very different than the short-term options. And so what staff is not suggesting is do something short-term in a pilot way and then move back to the long term. So the hope is one of the new options that are proposed is what would be not just in the short term, but a long-term potential after a pilot, correct?
Yes, I mean, if the long-term, or sorry, if the pilot is successful and the council wants to move forward, that could be our permanent option as opposed to choosing the long-term.
Okay, and some of the long-term options, they have vegetated shoulders, and they're a little bit more specific about how the whole layout of the street would look like with those kind of things. And I don't see that reflected in some of the shorter term options or the pilot options. And is there a space where that would come in, or is that just a separate lane?
I would phrase it this way. With the short-term options, no tree removals, much less disruption. And trying to achieve many of the objectives that we started out with in terms of improving bicycling and walking, safety and traffic calming, without getting into, like I said, a lot of the disruption. The trees obviously were a big concern. There would be some tree removal with the longer term options, and we had actually gone out and tried to do an estimate. But you know, this is important. The nature and the character of the community was something we wanted to be very sensitive to, as well as the feedback that we heard from the community, which was not unexpected. This is the character and what would the street look like in the future. And so it's not that the long-term improvements would not necessarily remain. It's sort of, and I wouldn't call it an interim step. The short-term improvements may achieve enough to say, look what, you know what, we got where we wanted to go. This is good. The evaluation will tease that out when you do the pilot. And that's the advantage of doing the pilot program. But it wouldn't have the same kind of physical characteristics as the longer term, obviously.
Okay, I think the nomenclature of longer term is confusing for me. So I'm going to try to not use that to describe the different options on the table, because we're all looking at the longer term options here. But thank you.
I have a few clarifying questions. So there are not a short-term improvement for Ringwood.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And then just a question about the city streets, the width of the city streets and also the width of the county street on Ringwood. And the last question I have is just, how long do rubber speed humps last?
We could look up, I have the report on my screen in front of me. That's what I have here, and I can check. There is a variation in the width on all the street segments. At one point, we were looking at 4 street segments, 2 on Ringwood, and then the county section of Coleman, and then the city section of Coleman. City section of Coleman is a wider cross section in terms of the public right of way than the county section.
Okay.
The city section has sidewalks and has formal on-street parking, and then a travel lane in each direction. We don't see that in any of the other parts. So there's, it makes for a challenging transition of bicycle and walking facilities when you have different widths and also different facilities to start with. So I can look up the exact numbers, but there is varying widths throughout. And the county section of Coleman, there's private properties and fences that encroach into the public right of way. So there's a bit of, it was a challenge to actually identify when you look at the records of what exactly is the public right of way, and then where that encroachment may be, where those trees are, where those fences are. We don't see that in the city section of Coleman. So that's also another variation. That's also true on Ringwood with the fences and the right of way, but also the varying widths. It's different at one end, you know, by Middlefield than it is by Bay. The second part of your question, how long do rubber speed humps last? It varies But I've seen installations where they could last as short as 6 months, but generally that's from heavy truck use and also with weather conditions. In what we have here in Menlo Park, I would expect that they could probably last 2 to 3 years and still be effective. Sometimes you'll have to do maintenance and make sure they haven't moved or shifted, but the materials are pretty durable for everyday typical car use.
Thank you. I appreciate the information. I just want to check in with Vice Mayor Combs to see if you had any clarifying questions for staff or for the consultant.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. There was a statement during the staff report that the county's Bike and Pedestrian Committee ultimately landed on a letter recommending some short-term solutions and not the one-way option, some separate short-term solutions. Can I get some clarity on what those exactly were? Maybe that was shared and I missed it, but where did that committee land as far as what specifically they were recommending the county do for the county's portion of the road?
So I can answer that. So they didn't support any particular short-term option. So rather than supporting the one-way, they just supported doing some type of quick build.
Ms. Chow, I attended the meeting. I believe the letter that they composed at their second meeting actually referenced the one-way pilot as the preferred option.
So the draft letter did support the one-way option, but then during the meeting, I believe, this is what I've heard from the county staff, that they changed the language a little so that they support quick build efforts as opposed to the one-way option. But the quick build could be the one-way option. They just didn't specify one-way.
Okay, and so just so I'm understanding, and then the quick build would be synonymous with the short-term options. So they were saying that they were supportive of any of or some combination of the short-term options, but there was a decision not to specifically call out one, including the one-way option.
That's my understanding.
Councilmember Willison, did you have a follow-up question?
That's okay. Did you have anything else to add, Ms. Choi?
No.
Okay. I did have two questions. Yes, please.
So there is a county letter as attachment F. Is that, and I know it said draft on it. So does that mean that that is not where they ended up?
That's correct. So I know that they're working on a revised letter to submit.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One is building off Councilmember Doerr's kind of articulation of a little bit of confusion around the terminology of long-term and short-term. And I wanted to know if my concept of the differences was accurate, being that the long-term options involve like kind of concrete or, very strong materials, more disruptive impacts to trees and streets and right-of-ways and whatnot. That would be on a take much more time, cost much more money, needing to get more money to fund it and whatnot. Whereas the short-term options were basically paint, signs, and these flexible temporary elements that could more in a low cost, low grant level be implemented on a much shorter time line. Would that be an accurate description of those?
Yes, that would be an accurate description of the differences between the two. So it's not really as much as in timeline, but it's more in the materials and what's involved. versus using, like you said, paint, signage. I also want to just amend something I commented earlier. Mayor Taylor had asked about the speed humps. Colleague of mine who's online, who was an engineer on the project and our lead engineer on this, says, well, the rubber speed humps actually have a 5-year warranty, and some can last longer than that. I will, however, say you probably don't want to leave them out there for that long if you're really thinking of, having a speed hump type project. You would. So they're good for pilot projects in particular, and they're easier to install and a lot less disruptive if you need to remove them particularly.
I have a second question. Since since speed tables, speed humps, whatever you want to call them, are a proposed option, have these tools been vetted by the fire district, and what kind of feedback have you received from the fire district?
So the fire district was on the technical advisory committee for the project. We've also heard that they have been supportive in the past for speed tables. They're more supportive of that versus like the speed cushions. So that would be something that we'd have to consider, because I'm not sure if we can do the speed table in a rubberized form.
Yeah, but through their participation, they were aware and they've had some experience with the materials and the different types of things that we were discussing. We also had a representative from Samtrans with respect to buses and bus stops. So this is something we thought about quite a bit.
Thank you. I'm still a little unsure of the BPAC final draft, but maybe we can get clarification from the county on that and where they landed. But
I have a follow-up question. Is there an upcoming BPAC meeting?
So they meet every other month. So their their most recent meeting was last week. So they wouldn't be scheduled till December unless they had a special meeting.
Thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions from Councilmember Nash?
I'd like more, I'm interested in the timeline. And right now, I think as part of clarifying, if you could just give a really high level, like what does short-term mean? And what does long-term mean? And then maybe during the discussion, we can get a more detailed description. But I think before we go to public comment, that would be a helpful.
Sure. I think for at least for our short term within the city, because of the time needed to come back to the council and depending on what you choose, the likelihood would be it would be in place for next school year at our current workload and the timeline we expect we need.
And could the traffic calming go in earlier than that, or would all of it be packaged together?
I think it depends on like what all gets packaged together.
I have one more question. Why weren't alternatives proposed for Ringwood? Why is there only one more intensive long-term option explored as opposed to also, like with Coleman, shorter term, less intensive options?
So during the process, we heard more from the Coleman residents about like finding other alternatives to what their long-term alternative was for the section in the county. So that's why we came up with these different options. And we had at the time thought we had some consensus for Ringwood for a long-term alternative until we received the petition from the Ringwood Avenue residents.
Would there be an option to do a shorter term pilot with the paint and the removable barriers and et cetera, as opposed to the more intensive option that's laid out here for Ringwood?
A pilot option for Ringwood could be developed. It has not been brought forth to the community and presented. The last series of engagement meetings that we had were presentations of the pilot options on Coleman specifically, as requested from the residents and from a county supervisor specifically for Coleman Avenue. But it's not to say it could not be done for Ringwood.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarifying questions. And at this time, we will go ahead and take public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item H1, consider next steps for the Coleman and Ringwood Avenues Transportation Study. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table. Return to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, so we currently have 16 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item H1. If you're in person, please bring a speaker card. And if you are online, go ahead and engage that hand feature or press *9 if calling in.
City Clerk Karen, I just want to note that the county has their hand raised as well.
Yes, I do see Vanessa Castro's hand raised. Vanessa, give me one moment just to tabulate how many speakers we have, and then we can turn to you so you can provide some clarification to the City Council. Okay, so we are at a total of 24 speakers. And with that, I will turn it to Vanessa Castro, if you would like to provide some clarification to the City Council.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Vanessa Castro. I am the project manager from the county side of the study. It's been really interesting to hear this discussion and hear how engaged everybody has been in the process so far. So thank you for that. And I just want a quick point of clarification because it does sound like there's a little bit of confusion based on the October 17th BPAC meeting and the letter that was approved by our BPAC. So initially they were very much they still are in support of a one-way, but they wanted the letter to be more reflective of the study efforts as a whole and reflective of all the feedback that we had received throughout the process. So the letter was modified to basically say they provide broad support for quick build efforts and noted that the one-way did receive a lot of support at both the September 17th and October 17th BPAC meetings. Our next meeting, I believe, is going to be in December. December 19th is when our next meeting is scheduled. I don't know if it's going to be agendized for that meeting, but I will be sure to send out a notification if that is the case. So I just wanted to clarify that, and hopefully that, yeah, hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Castro.
Thank you. So Mayor Taylor, again, we are looking at a total of 24 speakers. Proceed with the 2 minutes.
Is the council comfortable with 2 minutes per speaker? Okay, 2 minutes each, City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. All right. So our first speaker will be Meredith Bergen-Bailey, followed by Sean Harden.
Mayor Taylor, City Council. I'm one of the Safe Routes to School co-chairs for Laurel Elementary. With our split campuses, many of our families use Coleman as a route to lower and or to our upper campus. I and my co-chair receive regular emails and calls from parents who are scared, outraged, bewildered by driver behavior on Coleman. I hear about cars speeding past young children, honking, hyper-aggressive cars passing other cars who are going slow because there are children in front of them. Close calls with being doored by parked vehicles, etc. Some in our school community refuse to bike to their neighborhood school because it is perceived as so unsafe. Coleman is a high-stress street. There is no safety infrastructure to support cyclists and pedestrians from Willow to Ringwood. I empathize that change can be very hard. I know that there are multiple perspectives as to the best path forward. But we have a chance to make real change, to make Coleman safe for all of our residents, from the youngest to the oldest. I urge the council to support the county's one-way pilot and to follow the staff suggestion for traffic calming from table 3, that was items 2 through 5, while pursuing long-term measures. We know what no action looks like, and we've had about 2 decades of that. I'm very excited that we have the opportunity to make this change, and we look to your leadership to get us there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Sean Harden, followed by John Orth.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate for the opportunity to share my perspective. I'm a resident here in the community for about 14 years, live on Ringwood. I have several children in the school district, one that bikes every school day on Coleman. I bike with him because it is absolutely not safe, in my view, for him to do it alone. And I have had the opportunity to participate in, I think, every single study session of the last 2 years. So I'm here to make one point only, which is I just think we have to do everything we can to introduce a level of urgency and action into this process. We just heard that this is the end of a 2-year process. We just heard that short-term measures is next school year. Okay, I'm on this road, Coleman, riding east every morning with my son. I have seen high school kids get doored, requiring ambulances from the fire department. I have seen an accident, a T-bone car at Santa Monica and Coleman. The sun comes up about half of the year, right at the end, the southeast end of Coleman. It's blinding. No one can see. Everyone's going to work. Everyone's on the street. It's extremely dangerous. I'm reading the news like all of you. We've seen some tragic, horrific deaths of bicyclists in our community in the last 12 months, many of them. And I am fearful for our children. Now, let me be clear. I have had the pleasure and the challenge of joining some of these study sessions and appreciating the incredibly hard work that you guys have done. There are so many stakeholders, and I realize how very difficult that is. I did not sign this petition on Ringwood, by the way, that's been referenced so many times. I live on Ringwood. I don't know how many of us did or didn't. I think those percentages and being more exact there, if it's going to be important, should be brought out. But my point on the stakeholders is somewhere a priority has to be made. I strongly encourage this council, please choose the priority of our children's safety. That is an urgent need. And please use that as you look at trading off other stakeholder issues. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is John Orth, followed by Francesca Surge.
Hi, everyone. My name is actually Josh Orth, but I'm left-handed, so my handwriting is pretty bad. Jokes aside, this is a very serious issue. I'm a new resident to Menlo Park, been here for about 2 years. My wife and I and our 5-year-old daughter are new at Laurel Lower Campus. We love everything about the school. It's just an amazing community. We're just so happy being here. The one thing that just, terrorizes us is Coleman Avenue. I can't emphasize enough, just like my friend Meredith did, that this is an incredibly dangerous road. And I speak from experience. I lived for decades in Chicago and in New York. I've ridden my bike all over the place. I've been hit head on by a car. I know what it's like to, be in a bike accident, and nothing has scared me quite as much as Coleman. It's just like everyone said, cars zooming by, impatient drivers, Menlo Atherton teenagers who barely know how to drive, just reckoning with, pedestrians, bicyclists, people with strollers, kids. It's just an incredibly dangerous and hair-raising road. My wife and I take every opportunity to get off Coleman every chance we get, which adds, miles each week to our commute. But we'll do what we have to do to keep our kids safe, while also trying to support just, biking and making the community more bike friendly. So I strongly urge, quick action on this. I, like others, support pilot option 3. It's the most reasonable and fair option in our view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. Our next speaker is Francesca Surge, followed by Parth Dalal.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. I'm Francesca Segre. I'm a resident of Menlo Oaks, and I'm representing myself as a resident of Menlo Oaks tonight. But I also serve as the president of the Menlo Park School Board. But tonight, as a resident. After almost 30 years of inaction on Coleman Avenue, you have an opportunity before you as elected members of this council to actually do something and to break this logjam of inaction that we have experienced for 30 years. This street connects our community, schools on both sides, back and forth. This is a place where our children need to feel safe and empowered and independent and able to move between the places that are important to them. Tonight, I ask you to do 3 things. Number 1, listen to your constituents and to the letters that have come to you. You've had a letter from MPCSD leaders, our superintendent, and the principals. You've had a letter as well from the Sequoia Union High School District superintendent, and also Carl Luskut, the principal at MA, all of them saying, let's pilot one way. Let's try it for the children. So please listen to them, plus all your constituents tonight. Also, I was at the BPAC meeting. I very much heard that they were supportive of a one-way. That's what I heard. We'll see what the letter actually says, but that's what I saw. Tonight, secondly, please do give direction. Everything on that table. Check, 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 check. Let's go. It's time. Number 3, please talk to your colleagues in the Board of Supervisors. Encourage them. Give them power. Give them the fire to actually do something and the courage to move forward. You can do that for them. They need a little bit of a boost to get this thing on their agenda. It's not on the agenda. I am concerned that there is going to be a changing of the guard. There are going to be new supervisors on the board come November. We have institutional knowledge now, and getting everybody up to speed after that will slow this down. Please take action as soon as possible. Support a one-way. It's just a pilot, guys. Let's just do a pilot and get some information out there. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Parath Dalal, followed by Shadon Mirabita.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor and other members. My name is Parth Dalal, like you said earlier. I'm a student at Laurel Upper Elementary. Me and my friends bike on the Coleman Avenue, and it's such a narrow space to bike. We don't feel safe at all. If we go to the left, there's so many cars. There have been some chances. And on the right, there are cars parked, a bunch of signs up ahead, and wood chips and rocks. And that doesn't feel safe at all biking. And on the other side of Coleman, it's the same thing, a bunch of wobbly pebbles on the right, on the left, a bunch of cars. So it would be really good if you could give me and my friends a lot of more biking space. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Shadon Mirabita, followed by Ross Silverstein.
Hi, my older son biked from Flood Triangle to Laurel Upper Campus on Coleman Avenue daily for 3 years, and he would come home with some real horror stories. My younger son now bikes to Coleman every day with his bike group of 5 kids. He's in 3rd grade, and I just very urgently urge this body to protect him. He and his friends and all of the kids that bike on Coleman daily are so vulnerable on that ride. We want him to be independent, but safe. Please take this chance to improve safety for him and all the kids coming after him. I very much appreciate the work of this council and Public Works and the consultants for bringing up these options.
Hi, my name's Poppy, and I'm in third grade at Laurel Elementary School. I ride my bike every day to school with my bike group. When I bike on Coleman, it feels unsafe because there's not a lot of room for bikers and cars. If you put a bike lane on Coleman, I would feel a lot safer when I'm riding my bike. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our next speaker is Ross, followed by Michael Aaron.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council. As a parent who bikes his kindergartner every day along Coleman from the Willows to Lower Laurel, I'd like to tell you about the dangerous conditions of biking along this route. This local neighborhood street that is designated as a safe route to school is anything but. There are lots of ways we can improve Coleman to make it safe, many of those identified by staff today. But please keep in mind that the only truly safe bike routes are ones where cars do not share space with bikers, particularly young ones. So when we ride to Coleman, sometimes we ride on the right-hand side of the road and want to leave space for cars to pass us. So what happens there? Well, it leaves my 6-year-old at risk of getting hit by a car pulled out of a driveway who couldn't see us because of parked cars, getting doored by a driver opening their door within a foot of us, falling on his bike because the side shoulder is either cracked, blocked by garbage bins, muddy, or non-existent, and of course, cars speeding right by us the whole time. Parents, high schoolers, large trucks, distracted drivers on phones, you name it, everyone is speeding right by us. Okay, so what happens if we go in the middle of the lane to try to take our lane? Well, cars impatiently pass us in the other lane, needing to dangerously speed back to their side before an oncoming car arrives, which of course means that they cut right in front of me. Cars will also pass us in the other lane when kids that you just heard going to Laurel Upper are in the middle of the road, potentially and very narrowly avoiding a deadly collision. Cars will even illegally speed around the center trees on the wrong side instead of arriving to their destination a minute later. Of course, because there's so much traffic on Coleman, we often catch back up to these cars. We're waiting on Ringwood. And then what happens? We try to pass alongside them, and then a passenger opens their door right in front of us because they want to get dropped off ahead of time. Or a car who didn't see the no parking sign is parked in the middle of the way. This is my daily experience. This is the experience of hundreds of parents, elementary schoolers, high schoolers, errand goers, exercisers, members of our community. This is the experience of every one of us who had the audacity to bike instead of drive on Coleman. Please urgently support the county to approve one way, and on the city side, we need a separated bike lane. Pilot 5A. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Michael Aaron, followed by Vera Winkler.
So my name is Michael Aaron. I'm a Menlo Park resident. I've biked and walked Coleman Avenue for 8 years to take my children to and from school. This year, we don't have to travel Coleman, fortunately, to get my third grader to school, and it has been a real relief for my husband and I. I've seen many impatient drivers down Coleman speed past cars that are already slowing down for cyclists. Coleman simply doesn't have enough space for the many bikes, pedestrians, scooters, basically everyone to travel safely. Many people use alternative transportation out of necessity to be environmentally responsible and because it's more convenient. We would love your support making the county road on Coleman Avenue one way, removing parking on one side, and adding traffic calming measures to make Coleman Avenue safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Vera Winkler, followed by Ray Harden.
Hi, my name is Vera, and me and my bike group go down Coleman to and from school every day. We get honked at at least 3 times a week, mostly coming back from school. Sometimes we get scared that the drivers are going to do something crazy, so we move our bikes onto the sidewalk and wait till the drivers pass. But since we are bikers, we are supposed to be on the road, so we are blocking the pedestrians from walking on the sidewalk. That is why I think it's really important that we have proper bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ray Harden, followed by Aisha Mehta. Thank you. All right, so we will go to Aisha, followed by Kevin Rennie.
Hi, my name is Aisha, and I'm also in the same bike group as Vera. I do agree with her about that we get honked at so many times a day. We try as hard as we can to stay in where we think there would be a bike lane. That's why it's really important for the bikers that we have bike lanes and stay safe. And also, like, while we're biking, we see so many teenagers, like, without helmets, just like bringing their wheels up and like they bike right past us when they're supposed to be on the other side. And sometimes they bike literally in the middle of the road. And like, and then we don't, like, we're just not really capable of going. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is going to be Kevin Rennie, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Mayor Taylor, council members, and staff, I'm Kevin Rennie, Menlo Park resident of the Willows neighborhood. I'm a parent of 2 kids, one at Upper Laurel, the other at Lower Laurel. Also, I'm an avid cyclist. First off, I would like to acknowledge the significant amount of work staff, UTrans, council members, and others have put into this. It is for sure noticed. Then getting into the meat of it, from attending Complete the Streets Commission, Menlo Park ranks the lowest in pedestrian and bicycle safety for children under 15 among similar cities in California. Shame on us. This Coleman Ringwood project is 20 plus years in the making. It is more urgent than ever to support greater bicycle and pedestrian safety while also supporting a more livable community through active transportation. For the Coleman part of this project, I support the long-term plan and the quick build pilot of option 3 to help find compromise and a path forward. As for Ringwood, I would like more visibility on this as it hasn't been discussed, and it seemed like it just got removed without any discussion because some people on Ringwood signed a petition and this is the first I learned about it, so disappointed. I'm in support of a long-term. I pick up my kid at Lower Laurel. We tried to bike once to a Burgess Pool because she's in the bridge program there. I quickly realized that the cars parked there blocked us and we had to walk on the other side. There's no parking signs there. I also learned it's enforced by CHP, the county sheriffs, and Menlo Park Police, depending on where they parked or what they're doing. I think it urgently needs physical barriers to stop people from illegally parking. I urge the council to accept the final report, support a one-way option, remove parking from the north side of Coleman, install an always stop signs at Santa Monica, and the long-term plan, along with advocating with the county to get this done as soon as possible. Thank you all. I yield back.
Thank you for your comment. Next up will be Jenny Michelle, followed by Jackie Sebring.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, a native of Menlo and D3 resident and our Upper Laurel son.
There's Michelle, a bicyclist.
Personal comments. Background, I've spent the majority of my 40 plus years existing along Coleman, currently living at Willow and Coleman. Thrilled to see movement on this way overdue project. Question, what's the cost value of a human life? $4 million seems like a reasonable investment given what's at stake and prorated over the last 30 years. We are a yes on one way for vehicle traffic. It's a myth that vehicles share the road with cyclists. The other day I was taking the lane on the scooter westbound towards Ringwood and was passed by a neighbor going 50 miles an hour before oncoming eastbound traffic clipped him. I'm getting a GoPro for the holidays. Oh, yes, on reducing vehicle speed to 15 miles an hour, removing the temptation to pass a cyclist if no dedicated bike lane. If a bike lane, then we need concrete or steel bollards, not plastic. Middle Avenue bollards I can knock over with one finger. A big issue is the delivery drivers that park in the middle of the street, creating a serious safety hazard for bikes and scooters. Enforcement opportunities, cha-ching. We support elimination of on-street parking on Coleman and allowance for residents to park on Santa Monica, Santa Margarita, because during a serious issue I deal with on Willow Road, thank goodness for my loud bike horn at 125 decibels. Yeah. We support enforcement of no parking at any time on Ringwood and encourage drivers to park at the MA parking lot for sporting events because it's a 2-minute walk, guys, and your body wants that. Finally, another myth is vehicles stop at stop signs. They don't. We support pop-up yellow fences that force drivers to stop for pedestrians like in Quebec. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jackie Sebrian, followed by Nicole Angel.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much, everyone, for like the extraordinary amount of time that you've all put in. Sorry, I'm Jackie Sebrian. I forgot all that. I am a complete streets commissioner and a resident of Menlo Park and a 6-year bike commuter. And I ride the stretch of Ringwood every day. So I echo everything that everybody else said about the stretch of road. It's all true. The number of bikes isn't shrinking. In the 6 years that I've been commuting across town, we have improved quite a bit of bike infrastructure, and it has made an amazing difference in my 20-minute commute. And most of it is really pretty smooth, except for Ringwood. And the thing is, we're not getting fewer bikers. So whatever amount of trouble you're having right now with bikes and cars, like we're getting more cyclists, and that means we're doing our job right. Like this is the goal. So I urge you to do all the safety measures because you're going to need them. And it would be lovely if we could continue to make progress on bike lanes so that we don't have to have a tragic incident that forces us to do it like just do it now because you're going to need it. And the traffic is incredibly unsafe. And thank you so much for your time. I know I'm in favor of the one-way option and the pilot bike lanes, but like you need protected bike lanes on Ringwood that you just do because otherwise it's so unsafe. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, next up is Nicole Angel, followed by Ted Saputanis.
Hi, I'm Nicole Angel. I'm a resident of Coleman Avenue and a mom of an MA student. I just want to start by thanking all of the staff and consultants who've worked so hard on this issue. And I want to thank you, Mayor Taylor and City Council members for making a decision to take action this evening. We are all counting on you for the safety of our families. I support the long-term design alternative. That alternative includes traffic calming measures to slow the traffic, as well as bike lanes and a walking path. And we need all of these things. We're never going to get to 100% agreement. That plan meets our needs. That said, no matter what is decided tonight, I ask that you please consider the easy, inexpensive option, which I don't believe anyone objects to, and that's to install the traffic calming measures all along Coleman, not just the city, but city and county. Speed bumps will slow down traffic and make Coleman safer right away, and this can be done immediately while we're waiting for funding for the long-term option, or it can be done in addition to any of the other proposed pilot options, which are insufficient on their own. So at a minimum, please take action this evening to approve and fast track speed bumps. Not for next school year, but for now. And I do hope you will approve an additional pilot option as well. Thank you again. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ted Sapatunis, followed by Felicia McGrew. Ted, you should be able to address the city council at this time. So Ted, it does look like you are off mute. I'm not sure if you have a microphone engaged. Okay, Ted, I'm gonna return to you. I'm gonna go to Felicia McGrew. And then I'll return to Ted.
Hi, I'm Felicia McGrew. I actually live on the county side, and I bike to school every day with my child, and my other two children bike separately in different directions, both to Upper and to Hillview. While I agree that Coleman is not the safest road, it is arguably a dangerous road. I am uncertain about the one-way solution in that it is a 24/7 idea for a problem that seems, as I'm on Coleman a lot, to be mostly focused around school start times and school end times, where on the weekends in the summer, Coleman's fairly empty. With that being said, I do support traffic calming measures. I understand there is energy around the one-way, so there's that. I'm more supportive of turn restrictions, but what I want to say is that I really hope that with this pilot, there's some energy put around the effects of the cut-through streets, because I live off of one of them and I've already seen a large uptick as Coleman has had more traffic this school year for some reason, it seems that there have been faster speeds and more cut-through traffic on streets like Menlo Oaks and Arlington. And I have actually never almost been hit on Coleman, but I have almost been hit very recently on Arlington trying to get to one of the schools. So I just hope that whatever solution is chosen, if it is one way, that we're looking at the impact to the residents that live on the other streets outside of Coleman that are not designed for additional car traffic. They aren't really designed in a two-way solution. So just taking that into account, but I do support improving the safety, bike lanes where we can get them, grade separations where we can get them, and just looking to make Coleman as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I will be returning to Ted, followed by Elaine Salinger.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ted.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Ted Sapuntis, and I'm a Menlo Oaks resident. I've been involved, like many of the other folks that spoke, in this project from the very beginning. I have two now grown children that grew through our public schools, so I'm very well familiar with the situation on Coleman. What I have been frustrated with, especially over the course of the last month, and we saw some of this a little bit tonight, and the confusion that the city council members had in terms of the various options that were presented for the short term. The readout today failed to include that there was a survey that was done across the community in September of 2023 that showed out of the 265 participants in the survey, 45%, so you can do the math, about 100 people expressed the strongest support for full closure of Coleman as a pilot option. The one way was number 3. Since that BPAC meeting in September, we have started to see a complete lack of transparency to the extent of really bypassing the due process that was done. And as a matter of fact, in the letter that you just published, the draft letter you have published, you're referencing a survey that is supporting the one-way option. There was no other survey conducted since the survey of the last December. There were a lot of surveys, a lot of petitions, and a lot of vocal community members like we had in the BPAC meeting, but there has been really no proper survey of the community as a whole. If we want to change the approach for the pilots, then I would recommend that the county and the city undertake another study, another survey to really poll the entire community, not just the vocal few. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Going to Elaine Salinger, followed by Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, my name's Elaine Salinger. I am the San Mateo County Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Council Chair. And we had a BPAC meeting on September 17th, where we invited people from the community to speak about Coleman Avenue in the unincorporated area of the county. And so the vast majority of the people who spoke at that meeting supported the one-way Coleman Avenue option. I totally understand that there is not consensus among the community. And the reason the BPAC is supporting the pilot program, there are two reasons. One is that if it does cause too many problems, when it's implemented, it can be undone. The other reason it is a pilot program as opposed to a permanent solution is money. Pilot programs are fast, they're cheaper, and but we did support the one-way Coleman Avenue. What was very clear and extremely frustrating for me is how long this problem has been under discussion, how much inaction there has been. And I just think that a clear decision needs to be made. Not everyone's going to be happy with any one decision. I certainly wish that the past surveys had been under the format of a ranked choice as opposed to only choosing one solution. I think, well, anyway, it's conjecture, but I believe that the one-way pilot program would have come out further ahead had it been a ranked choice survey that was offered in the past. But I think what is very clear is that something needs to be done, and enough is enough. Make a decision, and the BPAC came out in support of the one-way Coleman solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, next is going to be Katie Baruzzi, followed by Victoria O'Hara.
Hi, City Council. It's Katie Baruzzi. I used to serve on the Menlo Park Complete Streets Commission. I live very close to Ringwood Avenue and use it daily. And I'm also very familiar with the challenges on Coleman. And I wanted to point out that it's not just kids that are using these, although they are, Ringwood in particular is the major route for pretty much everybody from Bellahaven, Flood Triangle, Suburban Park, et cetera, to get to middle school and high school on the other side of Menlo Park. And Coleman is the major route for kids coming from East Palo Alto and the Willows to get to and from elementary school and the high school that they go to. So, but also we have people coming to and from the train station. My husband used Coleman every single day for a really long time when he was commuting to Mountain View, and he would sometimes contact me on his commute and talk about how crazy it was and how urgently we needed to do something. I was so encouraged by the coordination between the city and the county, by the hundreds of hours I've seen, by the hundreds of responses, not just the survey that was recently referenced. An earlier survey actually got over 450 responses from community members, very overwhelmingly expressing desire to see dedicated spaces for cyclists and pedestrians along both Coleman and Ringwood. And I think it would be tragic if we let all of that go to waste. We've made really great progress in other parts of Menlo Park to make streets and walkways safer for everybody. We've done good things on Middle, on Sharon Road, on Santa Cruz. And I think we've also seen a lot of complaints from people in districts 1 and 2 that it would be great to see some resources dedicated to our communities as well. And so I'm hoping that council will take action tonight and move forward. And I appreciate the idea of the one-way pilot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So it looks like Victoria O'Hara, your hand was lowered. So if you are interested in speaking, I ask that you go ahead and engage that now. And I will go to our next speaker, Cassandra.
Hi, sorry. Is it Cassandra that's up? Sorry.
Yeah,
so
right ahead.
I'm a resident of the city side of Coleman Avenue. We've lived here for 10 years. My husband James and our 3 school-age children. They bike and walk the quarter daily. My oldest is now in 11th grade. He was in elementary school when the Coleman Avenue study began. So it's been a long time coming. The We're pleased with the BPAC proposal to make Coleman a one-way, but it's really essential that the city side incorporate matching safety measures. Without consistent precautions, cyclists, pedestrians, and residents will continue to face significant risks. So I urge you immediately to consider rubber speed bumps. Also, there's one speed limit sign at Santa Monica and moving towards Willow. So there are no other speed limit signs reminding drivers of what the speed limit is. I also encourage you to come and just stand on the street any time of day to see how aggressive people are in driving in the absence of basic traffic calming measures. I think a multi-use pathway or a bike path is an excellent solution for the entirety of Coleman, but it can't be achieved if the street is the street is very narrow. So it's simply too narrow to accommodate parking, a bike path, and two-way traffic. Residents parking on the single family home side of the street, it severely limits our visibility when backing out of narrow driveways, almost impossible to see oncoming traffic when cars are parked. And then speeding cars, they often rush through the corridor to catch the light at Coleman and Willow. So I think you guys need to consider that when you're thinking about just an immediate idea of making it, of adding that bike path. I really do think that a one-way option for the entirety of the street, not just the county side, that possibility I think is the best because it allows bikers and pedestrians their own dedicated lane, which I think is really important. And thanks to all for the attention to all this over the last 10 and 20 years.
Thank you for your comment. Right, so our next speaker is calling in from 7282. Should be able to press *6 and unmute your line at this point. We have a caller coming in from a phone number ending in 7282. You should be able to press *6 at this time and unmute your end.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you so much.
Can you hear me now? Excellent. Hi, this is Bill Greer. I live on the city side of Coleman, right there at Reardon Place. So I have some concerns about the one-way pilot, but that's why you have a pilot. The thing I did not hear, maybe I just missed it, was the proposed duration of that pilot period and a description of the process for gathering documentation or gathering and documenting the feedback and comments during that pilot period. Perhaps the staff could take the balance of my time to give some answers to those two related questions.
So the city council is unable to respond to any public comment, but they might have staff provide some clarification at the end. Did you have anything else you wanted to provide public comment wise?
No, that's fine. I just needed the answer to those two questions. What we don't want, of course, is to have a pilot that goes on and ends, even though it's got some negative issues with it. So interested in how long it lasts and what's the process for getting comments.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. All right. And our next speaker is coming in as Google Pixel 8. We'll go ahead and request that you unmute, and if you'd like to state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sarah. Sorry, Zoom bug. So I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Laurel. And I just wanted to sort of speak to all the parents that I've spoken with who wish there were a safe way for them to bike their kids to school. You know, after all, it's flat, there's great weather 95% of the time. And for a lot of people, it would frankly be faster than sitting in the massive backlog of the car line. Unfortunately, because Coleman is so unsafe, many people are afraid to bike on it with small children. So instead, many of them drive. And every day, this lack of a safe biking option makes traffic worse, it makes the drop-off line slower, and it makes Coleman more dangerous. Please support bike lanes and please support One Way on Coleman so we can give our community safer options to get to school and save the drop-off line for those who truly need it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Deanna Schroeder, followed by Ken Botsudo.
Hi, my name is Deanna Schroeder, and I also live in Vintage Oaks, like Bill, one of the previous speakers. I have been a homeowner here for 15 years in Vintage Oaks, and I 100% support the one-way option. About 12 years ago, I had a bicycle accident of my own on Coleman, and it was caused by poor road conditions. I was biking with my son home from school, and now I no longer bike on Coleman. I am only a walker and driver on Coleman Avenue because of that. I don't feel like it is safe. I feel like the only option is the one way. And I do feel like we should have bike lanes and a walking path. And I feel like if we can't be safe walking to school and going about our daily life, then when are we safe? This is long overdue. I feel like I will probably end up moving out of the area before any change happens, and I beg you to make change happen soon. Now, time is now. Thank you so much for listening. I yield.
Thank you for your comments. All right, and our next speaker will be Ken Bozzuto, followed by a Google Pixel 7 in our virtual.
I'm a resident of Coleman Avenue, and I'm the.
Can you get a little
county
closer to the
side.
microphone?
What's that?
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
You hear me now?
Thank you.
I'm on the county side. I emphasize with the parents here, which is all left. Thing about the one-way street is it's great for the kids in the morning, great for the kids in the afternoon. But as a resident living on the street, I see the traffic at night. I see the traffic before the kids hit the school. I get the kids have to ride bike. My kids do the same. My kid goes to Menlo Atherton, still afraid to walk because she got hit by a bicyclist. The problem is when it rains, these drivers, the parents, will drive their car down Menlo, all the little schools, and they're going to come down Coleman. That's going to back up traffic. The problem is when the schools are done, summer's hits, we are still stuck with the one-way traffic, which now creates more speed. I've had Caltrans, the UPS vans, everybody, and the cars at night come down that street 60 miles an hour. I wish they came with a plan. They put a stop sign at Maria, but we have two other intersections that they can put four-way stops and put speed bumps there. So now when people Google map this, it's going to slow them down. They're not going to want to go down that route, and they're going to go alternate routes. Another issue is the one-way street. If for us to get home, it puts us through the neighborhood streets that are going to back up them also too. The one-way way is good for the kids, but it's not good for the community and the residents that live on the street. I just wish they would recommend doing the four-way stops, the speed bumps, it would slow it down. And then it can go all year long with the rain and non-rain. And some during the summertime when the kids are not traveling down the street. So stop signs are cheap, speed bumps are cheap, and they do last because I do construction. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and our final speaker is coming virtually, Google Pixel 7. And if you could state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Cyrus Beiruzi. I'm a Menlo Park resident, and I cycle to work every day along Coleman, often in the morning around 8 a.m., which is when there's school traffic of vehicles, of pedestrians, of school buses, and of kids cycling as well. It's particularly difficult this time of year when the sun is shining right down the street into drivers' eyes as well. So I've seen just a really kind of crazy situations where there's little groups of cyclists going one way to Upper Laurel others going in the other direction to Lower Laurel, drivers trying to pass them because they're impatient and veering over into the other lane. So as an adult cyclist, I seeing have a perspective on this and see quite a bit of room for improvement along Coleman. So I definitely would support dedicated bike and pedestrian infrastructure along Coleman, and certainly along Ringwood as well. I think that's an area that needs to come up next on your list. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And that does conclude our speaker cards and our raised hands. Mayor Taylor, I would turn it.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for everyone that provided public comment. The City Council will take about a 5 to 7 minute break and be back to follow the discussion. Thank you.
All right, having our city council back at our virtual and in-person dais. Mayor Taylor, we can reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And I just wanted to reopen public comment for the last speaker.
Yes, thank you so much. So at this time, we invite up Greg Conlon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to read a statement that someone used earlier and make the council aware of it. Menlo Park is one of the worst cities of its size when it comes collision that will kill or injure bicycles, according to the state. City officials are hoping the Vision Zero Action Plan will eliminate crash-related fatalities. And after sitting here all night with you, I just have one suggestion, and that's to make sure that you do something. Because the delay with a record like that, I think would be just foolish. And I hope you do one of the, I haven't looked at these choices, so I'm not sure which is the best, but I hope that you choose one and make sure something happens. Thank you very much. Greg Conlon.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, and with that, we will close public comment and return to the city council.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you again for everyone that provided public comment. And at this time, I will turn it over to Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. I also want to thank our staff and the county staff for their multi-year engagement on this process and for keeping it going. So I looked out and I saw some parents wearing Laurel t-shirts, and about 9 years ago, I came to council chambers wearing a Laurel t-shirt. My daughter was in 2nd grade at Laurel, and I came here to talk about Coleman Avenue. And my daughter, the 2nd grader, is now a junior at Menlo Atherton High School, and she's studying for her SAT, and she walks to MA. But we never really did get that chance to bike to Laurel. So I see myself reflected in these parents kind of begging for action. And then we also got a letter today, an email from a parent who's moved away to San Diego, but has not let go of Coleman Avenue, who was a bicycle commissioner and advocated to get Coleman safer between, I think she said 2005 to 2015. And then I started literally in 2015 to almost 2025. So that's 20 years. So this I think, Mr. Conlon, this has been going on forever. And it's really time that we need to do something. And I think it's also, you know, my kids are not going to benefit from whatever happens on Coleman Avenue. And certainly the woman who now lives in San Diego, her kids are never going to benefit. But I have not let go of Coleman Avenue. And it's about living in a community that values our children, our community, our ability to walk and bike and walk our dog. I won't walk my dog on Coleman. I'm too nervous to. I live right there. And that's the kind of community I live in. So this isn't just about the parents of today. To me, it's very symbolic of the Menlo Park and the vision that I want to have for our town and our community. At one point I thought about bringing a whiteboard, kind of like Katie Porter style, and doing some math and like taking the number of public comments, the number of emails, and multiplying it by 20 years and everything. But I'm going to spare you all that. I also am sparing you the pictures of my children from 2015 to now, because I didn't think they would appreciate that. They would kill me. They're teenagers now. But the point is that there is such a long history here, and really a history of indecision. And 9 years ago, when I started reading and advocating about Coleman, I made a video. I mean, I launched a whole advocacy group based on Coleman. I really, that's why I ran for council, was because of Coleman. This has been something near and dear to my heart. And researching the history, it's really a history of indecision. It's really a history of community members wanting for years and years something to happen, and there being a paralysis of what to do. X number of people want this idea, X number of people want that idea, a certain number of people don't want anything. And so kind of a lot of frozen moments where nothing happens. And so we saw that you kind of see that also reflected in this 2-year study, where there's been multiple engagements, multiple meetings, multiple surveys, and kind of different things pop up and down, and different ideas rise to the top. A lot of those ideas tend to infuriate a subset of our community. So it's been made very clear that, trees are a huge asset in Menlo Park. We love our trees here. We all do. And the thought of bringing down heritage trees to make, a permanent pathway is unacceptable to some, and kind of like, no way. The concept of fully closing Coleman rose to the top in another survey. And I talked to people that said, oh, no way. No way can you make this kind of like a private community that no one can pass through. And the circulation impacts of full closure are too dire. So a lot of it's kind of hitting these kind of like in bowling when you play with kids, there's those bumpers, and kind of trying to find the middle of the lane. And I do see the one-way pilot as kind of being the ultimate compromise and test and try, kind of like, let's see, this could be, using my bowling metaphor, this could be a strike. It could be, well, I guess it can't be a gutter ball if there's bumpers, but it might not work. But I feel like we're never going to please 100% of the people all the time, but not doing something and not trying something, that lack of a decision is an action in and of itself. And to me, it's not it's not acceptable to do nothing. We have to start from a place of the status quo is unacceptable for our children and our community, not just our children. I want to be able to walk my dog around my neighborhood. And we need to do something. And so I think the pilot allows us to get unstuck, and it gives us something to try. And I think the missing ingredient in doing this is leadership. And I think that's what our residents, both from the county and the city, needs and deserves. We live in a representative democracy, and we have been elected here to make hard decisions. And sometimes we get those perfect decisions presented to us on a silver platter, and everyone, hugs and feels really great about it. And sometimes we have to make hard choices. And so for me, I think there's an urgency. I feel the momentum, and I just want to encourage my colleagues, both here on the dais in the city of Menlo Park, but especially at the county, to have that political courage and to make a decision based on the values that we want for where we live. And so I'm in support of kind of all the things. I do want to acknowledge on the city side that we are, considering removing parking on one side of the city street, and there are apartment buildings there. And I do not take that lightly. When was Middle Avenue? I can't even remember. A couple years ago, we added bike lanes on Middle Avenue, and we had, some really challenging decisions to make about the design of that street and the parking. And the litmus test that I had for that was, is it an inconvenience or is it a hardship? And right now, I don't know if removing parking on one side of the street is going to be a hardship for the people in the apartments, and they have nowhere to park at all. And these are people that are going to really endure a lot of suffering, and they need those spots, whether like Santa Monica can absorb some in the neighboring streets. I don't know, how many people are living in the apartments, whether they are parking on the street because they don't want to do the tandem parking that they have that comes with their unit. And it's an inconvenience, a convenient thing, or whether they, have too many cars in their household because many of them work jobs that need cars, or what it is. But that's one of the benefits of the pilot, is that we can learn that. And to the public commenter, and I'll leave this question, although I have a feeling I know the answer, to staff and the consultant about like what metrics and what would the pilot look like and how would we evaluate. Those are things that we're going to have to work out, before this is launched, which is why I think it takes until the next school year, as frustrating that is for parents. But I think we need to be really careful about how we're going to be measuring these things. And I would expect that the impact to those apartments is going to be a large measure. But I think, again, looking at the default of the status quo is unacceptable. I don't really see another way to achieve our objectives than to do that. So just to go through the items, I'm willing to accept the report. I don't want to study anymore or talk about it anymore. I want to express support for the one-way pilot. I'm open to removing that parking. I'm definitely interested in installing traffic calming measures. I've wanted that stop sign on Santa Monica. I used to stand on that corner. My kids took the bus and we had to cross Coleman at Santa Monica without a stop sign, and it was terrifying. And then, we'll see what happens from there. And I'm very interested to hear what my colleagues have to say, depending on how this conversation goes. I personally drafted a letter for the council to review, to see, in the event that there was support for kind of what I'm saying, so that we can kind of authorize the mayor to sign this letter to continue the urgency and the momentum to see where this can take us. So I'll hold off on sharing that letter until I've heard my colleagues, but I just want to let you know I am prepared. The city clerk, no one's seen it yet. The city clerk has a copy of it, and there would be copies for members of the public, and it would be projected as well. But that's where I'm at. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. And just to follow up on a few of the questions during public comment, with the option 3, I'm using this as an example, the one way, how long would that take? And then can you describe the process? As a pilot, would it be 6 months? Is it 3 months?
Yeah, so I think that still needs to be worked out in terms of how long the pilot would last. This would be in the county, so we'd have to kind of defer to them in terms of the timing. So it could be 3-6 months. I think, as has been mentioned by others, because it's a pilot, if we do see things aren't working right, we can make changes quickly. So that would be, part of the process.
Since this is a county property, does that mean that we would have to wait for the county to make changes if there were issues?
Yes, the county would have to do them, but we could obviously provide all the feedback to them.
Okay. And then my next question is, because the big question is, how much will the county pay for? I know you had a chart with the cost, and I believe the county's portion was about $12 million. So I wanted to find out if the county has already allocated funding to pay for either the pilot or the long-range plan on Ringwood and the counties. Yes.
I don't believe the county has identified funding for any of the options at this time.
Okay. Are there any other questions from council members? Councilmember Dorr. I'm sorry, Councilmember Willis.
I apologize. I forgot one comment, and then I'll finish, is Ringwood. I know tonight we heard most of the chatter about Coleman, and I think kind of where we're at, it's good to kind of take Coleman and do Coleman. But I do think Ringwood, again, needs leadership and needs attention. And I would like to include some kind of comment that we need to move forward. Again, this is who owns the roadway decisions. I think it's important to consider the impacts of the people that live on streets. But at the end of the day, there's many users and stakeholders for any given street. And so I think that Ringwood also needs to move forward in some way, but I don't want it to hold up Coleman. So thanks.
Vice Mayor Combs, did you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So also as part of this process, the many things that's happened in connection with this study was some weeks ago, Councilmember Willison and I, along with city staff, met with Supervisors Mueller and Slocum about this study. And they both expressed some skepticism based on what it's, and this is specifically in connection or in the context of the one-way pilot option, some skepticism based on what appeared to be, sort of somewhat limited public support for that option exclusively. And at the time, one of the things that they asked for was to as an indication of greater community support were resolutions from both the Sequoia Union High School district and the Menlo Park City School District. And so I know, again, staff participated in that meeting. And so my question, maybe this should have come before questions, come with questions, is what's the status of the efforts to get resolutions from both school district boards? Is there anyone on staff that can provide like an update on where that, now I know that there was the letter that came from staff at the two schools, but this was not what the supervisors asked for. And so I want to know, like, where do we know where that stands? Like, right, have those school district boards taken up the proposal of a resolution in support of the pilot? Have they said that they won't do that? Because I think that for me, that's an important, and then we can go on from there with comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Does staff have a response?
So I'm not aware of any resolutions being taken up by the school districts, but perhaps Ms. Nagaya can help out.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Combs, for the question. So I think as we understood, the districts and all the principals from the different schools and the superintendent had provided the letter. I'm not aware of any further conversation about resolutions from the school boards, but I also recognize that there's a member of the Menlo Park City School Board here who just spoke to the city clerk that may also want to add to that feedback further.
Vice Mayor Combs, we can call the board trustee, I believe the chair, and ask.
Okay, I'm happy for her to return, but what I will say is that what they requested was resolutions from the school district boards, and that's different than a letter from principals and superintendents. They're not the same thing, and one doesn't take the place of the other. So my question is was this officially asked of the school districts by anyone? Yes or no? If it was asked of them, then what's their response? What was their response?
Yeah, so from the staff perspective, we did not request a resolution from the school boards. We were making contact with the staff that we had been working with on the project, and there's been some turnover in the representatives from the schools who were on the stakeholder and technical advisory committees. And then we received the letter from Superintendent Gracia and the principals a couple weeks ago.
Vice Mayor Combs, do you mind if I go ahead and ask the chair?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, board member.
Hi, good evening, Vice Mayor Combs. I didn't know what to look at, but trying to look at you. I am the president of the Menlo Park City School District Board. I did bring this proposal to our board for consideration. There was reluctance on behalf of other board members to get involved in a street issue. And so at this point, they didn't want to set a precedent for all streets throughout the city of Menlo Park. So at this point, we have not, in the Menlo Park City School District, put forward a resolution. I don't expect one, but they're definitely abreast of what's happening. And absolutely, the letter from the administrators, Menlo Park City School District Superintendent and the principals, and the Sequoia Union High School District Superintendent and MA principal is not the same as the board one, as you pointed out, but it is powerful and leadership all the same. In terms of what's happening at the Sequoia Union High School District Board, I don't even know what's on their radar. So I wouldn't be necessarily waiting for that. I hope that answers your question. I'm available to answer any other questions if you have them.
No, thanks. That answers my question. And so I would only make the comment again, what we've heard from the beginning of the session is that this isn't a street issue, it's a child safety issue. That's what I've heard. And so given that's the context of what's happening here, of what we're discussing, I think it would be appropriate for the school district boards to weigh in. More specifically, I would like the city council, since it's not clear that that the request was formally made, I would like the city council to formally make that request to them. Because I do, one, it is in the meeting with Supervisors Mueller and Slocum, it was my recollection that we said that we would make that request of them for a resolution of the school boards. And so I want to at least go through that process of officially saying that, yes, we will put this request to them. If they then decide for a number of reasons that it's not something that they want to pursue, I think that obviously that's their decision to make. But since I was in the meeting and I thought that like it was appropriate for us, once they posed this, that it was something that we could follow up on, I do think that we should do that, or we should tell them that we're not doing that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And Councilmember Willison has a follow-up, but I just wanted to share my perspective in between that follow-up. And that is just to remind not just the council, but the public that the city council did agree that one of our priorities was safe streets. And so for me, this topic is a priority. And because we're in an election year, I have concerns about waiting until I think the next meeting is in December, which things may change after the election. So I don't know. But I'm just putting that out there. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, as Councilmember Combs, and I apologize for not bringing this up. And actually, I did realize I shared the letter with Councilmember Combs since we are Brown acted. So I think I said I didn't share the letter I wrote with anybody, but I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, Councilmember Combs and I did attend a meeting with staff and Supervisors Slocum and Mueller. They did request resolutions from our council and from the school boards. After the meeting, I spoke with our staff about how that would work. and staff, as Ms. Nagaya mentioned, engaged with the districts. That's the last I've heard. The rest of it to me is, I've been reflecting on that request since it was made, and Councilmember Combs, I'm fine to circle back to Supervisors Mueller and Slocum about that request. And I would love to, maybe talk with you offline about that. I do think that's a very political question and request that they are making. I think that our jurisdiction is what happens on city streets, and the Board of Supervisors jurisdiction is what happens on the county streets, and the school board's jurisdiction is what happens in their classrooms. And there's nothing, I don't know if the Board of Supervisors, whenever they make decisions at the Board of Supervisors, require other agencies and jurisdictions to weigh in before they make any decisions. But this again is where I go back to leadership. And I would hope that they feel the urgency and that they are responsive to their constituents to make a decision without the backing or the cover of these school boards. So I'm fine sharing that news with them. But I think that the decision before us really has nothing to do with what the Board of Supervisors will ultimately do. We're here to decide what we're going to do. And so I don't need any school district or to give us backing to make our decision. And to the mayor's point, this is one of our top priorities. It's been, I think, since I've been on council. And it's one of the things I'm really proud of our council. And I hope that we can move forward, and what happens at the Board of Supervisors happens with the Board of Supervisors.
If I could, so I don't disagree with you and Councilmember Wilson, and as you know, since we're Brown acted, I am supportive of the one-way option on Coleman. But I do think we have to be transparent and level with residents about the likelihood of success. And so, yeah, so we can do our part and we can check that box and we can send off. But if we have another body that is actually, as it relates specifically to the one-way pilot option, I mean, they are the decision-making body. Like, we can do whatever we want here, and I'm sure that I know there's at least 2 votes in support of the one-way option. So finding a third is probably not going to be hard. But what does that do? Like, how far does that get us down the road of actually that coming into effect? And so that's my concern here. Like, right, that there is a sense that we can deliver something that honestly we can't deliver, and something of which the people who are, or at least some of the people who are the deciders, have expressed a great deal of skepticism. And so I think for me, that's because, and then for me that shifts to like how I do want to frame this. Again, like I said, I'm supportive of the letter. I'm supportive of whatever we need to do as a council to express our support for the one-way option. As a pilot, I'm supportive of a letter. But I have some, if I'm being honest, some real skepticism that is something that will even happen by the beginning of the next school year, or like some school years after that. And so that's where I am. And so what I'd like to, like, again, moving past that, because that's something we don't have any control over. And like I say, I have some concerns about whether it's something that has support at the county level. Before you even get to the discussion of funding, I like to sort of really look at what the council can do for the city portion. And and what are our options there, because that is something we can deliver of, and I see that as being more realistic, but also setting in you know, like I said, leveling with people that there's a likelihood that the county thing just doesn't have the support. And what I've seen, it doesn't appear to have the support it needs at this moment. But I do think that there are other things we can do on the city side that clearly are likely to have support of a majority of the people on this council.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And Councilmember Willison.
I promise this won't be a long back and forth. I totally agree with you, Councilmember or Vice Mayor Combs. We're totally in alignment. I would not want to wager what the odds are of the Board of Supervisors taking action. So to the parents who are tuning in, we can only control what we can control. I do think the city should control what we can control. And then I do think that I'd like to express to the Board of Supervisors that we want them to take action. And I would encourage those who want action to be taken to let your voices be heard at the Board of Supervisors. And I'm happy to communicate to the Board of Supervisors that these resolutions are not forthcoming and that I don't think that they should be the prerequisite to them taking action. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So I am in complete agreement with my two colleagues. My questions are, well, first of all, can you suss out a little bit more on the timeline and how we might be able to shorten that or put some measures ahead of the, can we put in traffic calming measures ahead just to get things moving? Also, how does this discussion about how can the city move ahead without waiting for the county?
Yeah, so I think for the measures that are in the city, whether we remove the parking at this traffic calming or put in the stop sign, I think those can happen regardless of whether the county chooses to move forward with their pilot. So we can, if you choose to do that, then we would bring back something to just work on the city's portion. In terms of like doing, I think we just have to look at our kind of schedule and the design to be able to determine if we could do potentially the speed humps prior to the parking removal. But we'd want to kind of probably design it as one project rather than piecemealing it. So I'm not sure if we could do it that much earlier.
Can you go into a little bit of what needs to be done to actually start getting this on so residents actually can see the changes? What needs to happen? It sounds like there are quite a few steps.
Yeah, so I think we need to look at it as a whole project and then bring it back because like the parking removal, right? We would need to notify residents that would be something that's happening. And I don't know, I'm not sure if we need to go to the Complete Streets Commission first.
What my concern is certainly on Middle Avenue, we made a decision and then it was months to years to several years before we actually got to see anything happening on the ground. And so I'd like the expectations, your timeline may change, but just some sort of general expectations as to what we might see. Realizing that if we can piecemeal, basically anything that will help the situation is desirable to get that going as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I understand like the comparison to Middle Avenue in the context that they were both pilots, they were both exploring bicycle improvements and other traffic calming and safety enhancements along the corridor, but they are fundamentally different corridors with very different levels of construction needs. And so where Middle, I believe, was about 9 to 12 months before the design process and then actual implementation of the first phase that involved that was the process after the council had adopted the resolutions to actually remove the parking, install the no parking signs, and then we went into the design process. So here we're seeking your direction. So we're kind of a step earlier. We need to bring back those resolutions, as Christiane mentioned, and then we would be able to go into the design process for the actual striping layout, the placement of the signs. And frankly, with the traffic calming, while it sounds really easy to go out and just bolt down a couple speed humps on the street, the challenge with that we need to work through is the placement. And so they can't be placed where they conflict with driveways. There are driveways all along Coleman, as we heard through the public commenting tonight, that we'll need to avoid placement. So I think we will also need partnership with the residents along the corridor, because the things that are always challenging on the implementation side are where the signs go. Nobody wants them in front of their property, and then where the speed humps go so they don't conflict with this the driveways. So those are some of the implementation challenges that we'll need to work through in the design process.
Thank you. And I'm not being critical of what happened on Middle. I'm just trying to, I realized that I had not asked the question, that I didn't have that information, and my expectations were different than what actually happened. So just to make sure we have a set of expectations, which may change. They typically do, but at least we know what's generally happening.
Yeah, and there was a lot more concrete work that had to happen with Middle, which required a more extensive design process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Just wanted to interject. Can we put up a slide that shows the city's portion of the street that we're discussing? Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up question to Councilmember Nash's questions? On the aspect of this slowing that would be removing the parking on one side of the street, would that have to come at an even later date? Does that, because it sounded like in the last comment from staff that it might be seen as something that would be done concurrently with switching to a one-way, while in the design I'm seeing that you'd need that in order to create that wider bike lane on one side. And so could you confirm with me would that be in the same timeline as the stop sign, the speed humps and the rest of those?
So maybe repeat your question, make sure I understood it. The section where we're talking about a one-way pilot, would that happen on the same timeline as the
No.
other? Okay.
I'm saying on the city-owned part,
yes.
Would the traffic slowing efforts, calming efforts, and the parking removal be able to happen at the same time? Or is staff's assumption that you can't remove that parking on one side until the county has moved on making a one-way? Understood.
So I'll start, and Christiane, please correct me if I'm straying too far. So I think from this things within the city control, what I'm generally hearing is that you'd like to see the traffic calming proceed as quickly as possible. The parking removal on one side for implementation of a bike facility improvement proceed, and then I don't think that has to necessarily wait on the county. I think that they're independent decisions, independent implementation timelines. For the most effective facility, it would certainly be best for people using the street, particularly from a bike perspective, if it was a continuous facility. But I think the city section does have some independent utility that we could test out through a pilot.
And I know on the slide right now is option 6. I know option 5A was also in conversation. with the raised separation device or something that created a bigger buffer on one side and then a shared road on the other. In a world where we don't know what the county is going to do, but we will, as a city and with partnership with others, do everything we can to be supportive of, maybe, depending on what council wants, supportive of a one-way road effort on the other side of Coleman. Is there, given that uncertainty, which of these, do we have a choice between these pilots, or would staff say, well, let's not do the Sharrows because if we don't have a one-way street, that would be unsafe. So I'm curious if 6 is the option that would be safest in the interim, and then it could be adjusted if one way happens, or how does that fit?
So, so I just showed this one because I felt it was like the bigger one, not necessarily the preferred option. But I would recommend option 5, 5B, I think. Let me see those. Can I move?
Not 5A.
Because there's parking still allowed, the wider travel lane would be next to the the lane that's, bikes need to share would be next to parking. So that would provide like more space by having a wider travel lane. And then 5A is buffer, right? And then the other concerns about
It'll be great if you can take the excess talking outside of the chamber so that we can hear what the staff is saying. Thank you.
Judy, could we move to the previous? Yeah, this one. Yes, thanks. Yeah, and so as you can see, between 5A and 5B, the shared lane is a little bit wider adjacent to the parked lane. And then some of the challenges with having kind of at least a post with the buffered bike lane would be potential street cleaning concerns as well, and how we would keep that portion of the bike lane clear.
But if that separation device wasn't there, the suggestion is not to have that buffer, even of space marked to separate the bikes and the car.
Well, that's just my recommendation because of the parking, but I mean, that could also be another option to have the buffer without the post.
Yeah, and so maybe to add on to that, the primary difference between these options is the choice between providing a buffer space where you have a dedicated bike lane, or providing more space in the shared lane where people will ultimately be sharing the lane with vehicles. And so I think from the staff perspective, our recommendation is to add that space in the shared lane, because it would be a fairly tight cross section if you have a 10-foot lane adjacent to parking and bikes and cars are sharing that space. Providing a little bit more wiggle room where you have that shared facility would be advantageous, as opposed to providing a buffer adjacent to the dedicated bike lane in this case. If there were unlimited space, we would want to see protected bike lanes in both directions, but that's not the physical infrastructure we have. Right. Yeah, and Mark just also clarified the bike lane is slightly wider in 5B by half a foot as well.
Is it, well, I would like to see the bike lanes differentiated some way. So if it could be painted or something, I understand that I appreciate the wider lanes, both as the shared lane and as the bike lane. But I'm concerned that people will be parking, stopping, whatever there, unless there's some way to clearly that they realize that it is a bike lane. Even on Middle and Santa Cruz, people tend to stop, but because there's the buffer lane, I think it's they're a little bit less likely to do that. They're a little bit more likely to identify it as a bike lane. So whatever could be done to identify it. I know there's paint. I know that gets expensive. But for safety reasons, I think that really whatever we we need something more than just a line there.
I really appreciate you bringing that up. I'm also concerned about that. And I think that's why I was glad to see the option of the raised separation device. Another question I have is looking at this proposed pilot option 5A, the parking, if we're looking east towards Willow, is on the south side of Coleman. The apartments are on the north side of Coleman. And I could imagine if you're parking on the left, taking this facing towards Willow, you're parking on the right side, and then you have to cross the road to get to the apartments. That I have lots of concerns about that, of safety issues. And so I wonder if there's, I would welcome others.
I didn't know if you were asking staff, but I have a lot of thoughts about that because I've thought about this a lot. A couple reasons why the side of parking makes sense as proposed. One, because the apartments have tons of tiny driveways. There's actually a lot of people that live on Coleman, like way over 1,000. And people are constantly popping out. So there's already a visibility issue. When I was canvassing, when I was running for office, that was one of the themes I heard when I was visiting the Coleman apartments, that people were worried that they were going to hit people they couldn't see coming out of their driveways. So that actually solves a problem, putting it on the other side. The other news is that the way the one-way pilot would work, well, this is if the county acts, the way the one-way pilot would work is that there would not be as much vehicular traffic going towards Willow Road. And so it would only be local traffic. It would be the people in the apartments, the people potentially in Vintage Oaks, and people maybe in south of Seminary. There wouldn't be the huge volume of traffic coming from like MA and from Ringwood. And so the amount of traffic where people would have to look both ways across the street will be significantly decreased.
Thank you. I haven't fully expressed my thoughts on this, and I'd love to quickly run through those if that's okay. Okay, so I'm eager. I really appreciate everyone who's come out and all the work that's gone into public engagement over the years here. Eager to see right away us move forward on the traffic calming that's needed. The speed tables, piloting rubber bumps. I know there are other community members who've asked for those additions in other parts of the community. And so this is a good way for us to jumpstart trying that out. Seeing the Santa Monica stop sign, and just any other measures we can do to think about traffic calming. I appreciate the comments too that folks made about, will this offset and what will more traffic be going onto the side roads? And so in the future, having a continued conversation about, are there remediation efforts needed to address the potential increased traffic on other roads? And we would have the pilot to help us see that. I'm eager for us to express support for a county one-way pilot, and also for adjustments made to Ringwood in the long term. Seeing those adjustments is really important because we're not just talking about a single road. To get to those schools, you have to turn left or right on Ringwood to actually get there. And so if we're thinking about a true system of routes, we need to think about the whole access way. I would like to see I'm eager to see this letter that Councilmember Willison put together. And I also wonder, given the conversation that Vice Mayor Combs and Councilmember Willison had with the supervisors, if they want a resolution, can we also propose and work as a city to create also a resolution if there's some extra weight that holds with the supervisors? And then I think a deep amount of community engagement and ongoing work to see what else can we do with the boards, district boards, to have those letters and that support very vocally shared with the county as well. That's all.
Councilmember Nash.
So I wanted to address the fact that we are only looking at removing parking at one side of the street. And my understanding is that many of these apartments are legacy apartments that do not have sufficient parking for their residents. And so they are actually part of our overnight parking permit program, the annual program. Do you have any numbers, just rough numbers, as far as the number of parking permits that are over the annual parking permits that are sold on Coleman?
Yes, so I think we looked into that, and right now there's about 25 overnight parking permits, but they just expired in August. And in August, we had like 55 overnight permits, so it's possible that some have not renewed yet. And also there's apartments tend to have more turnover, so it's possible that people will be um, looking at overnight permits in the future as they move into the apartments. And I think it's
How many I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think there's about like 140 apartments that are eligible for overnight parking permits.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was just going to ask. Whereas on Middle, it is many fewer, which is why it was, and there are also side streets on Middle that are able to accommodate the overnight parking, as opposed to on Coleman, it is something where there are many more residents that would that need parking, and there's fewer side streets. I guess I should be asking rather than stating. Is that correct?
I'm actually not sure about how many overnight parking permits are, used on Middle, but I would agree that there's a lot more apartments on Coleman than Middle.
Let me phrase this differently. What is the rationale behind removing parking on one side of the street as opposed to on two sides of the street, when on Middle Avenue, we went ahead for safety reasons and removed parking on two sides of the street?
Yeah, so during the study, we did some parking observations. A lot of the parking on Coleman was used. And then we also recognized that there's a lot of apartments that we're using, a lot of them have overnight parking permits. And so while we didn't hear from many of those residents, we do expect that they need that parking for their location.
And what would you say to Middle residents who also were concerned about losing their parking? How does this compare to that?
Yeah, so I think that there's, as you mentioned earlier, there are some other opportunities for parking for the Middle Avenue residents, because there's a number of side streets that allow for additional parking.
Thank you. So you are recommending one side of the street in this situation, and you did look at both.
Yeah, yes, I think that in order to provide a bike facility, we would need to remove at least one side, and so that's our recommendation.
Thank you. And then given that we now have many more e-bikes, will this configuration accommodate them as with the proposed configuration 5B?
Yes, I mean, they're standard, like the bike lane on one side is, I think for 5B, it's 6 foot wide. So it's a little bit more than a standard bike width lane. So I think is how that's the standard typical bike width size. So if we use electric bikes in other lanes, then this should be fine in Coleman.
Okay. I live on Santa Cruz Avenue, so I have a lot of experience watching the bikes, and especially at school times. And there's a lot of, there's many students using electric bikes who are overtake the regular pedal bikes. And it is, I think we just need to make sure that we are doing everything we can, assuming that that is going to be, that more and more people are going to be using e-bikes. And just put that into the safety equation. And then the other, I'm sorry, one last comment, and that is just that we make, how is garbage collection handled on Coleman? Because that's another issue that's once a week, 2.5 feet of the bike lane is taken up with garbage cans. And then they get picked up and they get sort of askew. And so that's also just an issue. I don't know that we can do much about it, but something to be, that I'm certainly concerned about. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll quickly just note that's also one other advantage that the slightly wider bike lane without the buffer would provide is a little bit more maneuverability on trash day. But it's
I very much
situation
agree.
where-
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I have a couple of follow-up questions. One is, what is the speed limit in the bike lane? Is it 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour?
I think the speed limit for Coleman's 25 miles per hour.
For the bike lane?
But I don't think there's a difference for the bike lane.
So the bike lane and cars can go at the same speed?
Yes, and I think we do have speed limits for when children are present for 15 miles per hour on Coleman. So
essentially, if there are
I guess
e-bikes-
during that school time, it should be 15 miles.
And if there's e-bikes, that means that they're going past the speed limit, if it's 15 miles an hour. Because I see the e-bikes as a huge safety concern from what I've seen. My other question is, with the parking, how many parking spaces are available that are provided by the complexes? So does the apartment that has 5 units have 4 parking spaces or 3 parking spaces? I'm concerned, especially in an area that has a high population of apartments, that there isn't enough parking, which is why they already park on the street. And so I definitely would not be supportive of taking parking away from both sides, because it wouldn't provide a place for people to park. And the assumption that people won't have a car, I think, is not our choice. My other concern. I'll go to the list as far as requested direction. I am supportive of the final report. I honestly share the same concerns of, I don't know how many residents provided regarding the one-way pilot. And that is, maybe it needs to be timed from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. as opposed to it being ongoing all day long. If the only concerns around safety, at least only thing that I've been hearing is usually around children going to school and coming from school. So there's maybe a 4-hour period out of the day. I am definitely in support of having the traffic calming measures within the city section. And there was mention of a second stop sign at a 4-way. So I'm not sure. The only one on here is Santa Monica Avenue. So if there's another suggested area from staff that may be able to use another stop sign there. Let's see, and then pursue long-term option. And that is for the city portion, definitely in support of that. And have a question regarding funding for infrastructure for safe routes. Is Coleman Avenue too far away from a school to do a joint project with the school district and the city to use some of the funding that's provided? And I'm not sure if it's CCAG or MTC.
I think that's something that we can look into.
Thank you. I think that's all my feedback. Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you. I'm concerned about the not being supportive of the county's move to a one-way on their portion of the road with turn restrictions. It seems like that enforcement on just several hours is extremely tricky. And as we've seen in other spaces, we just don't have the police capacity to manage that. And I also wonder if folks who are living closer to Coleman could speak about the traffic at other hours, because I don't know that, and I'd love to know more.
Just to add, maybe that's something that needed to be included in the survey. And I'm not sure if it was. I didn't see it in the staff report. As far as the usage, say from 10 a.m. to
3 p.m. and then after 5 p.m. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First, I just wanted to address the parking removal on both sides. I mean, I think I've supported parking removal on both sides many times around the city. Coleman is so dense, where we're talking about with the apartments. So it just seems like, in this situation, balancing, especially if we can get that one-way option, it's going to decrease the volumes so much one way that way. I normally hate Sharrows. I still don't love Sharrows, but it kind of becomes almost like a bike boulevard one way. And so I think it's okay. So I just wanted to, Mayor Taylor, comment that I also agree that one side removal is the right way to go with these apartments, not both sides of parking. Regarding the timed one way versus kind of like all the time one way, I get what you're saying. This is a street, it's a really interesting street. It kind of, you're right, in the peak times, it becomes like the terror street. In the other times, it still has speeding issues and it still has space constraints. So there's still not a place for people to walk and bike safely. And so the situation is just, it's not great 24/7. Like I said, I don't walk my dog on that street because it's so narrow, where people are flying by you. And so yes, while the impetus is children and safe routes, just like on Sharon Road, we knew people were going to use that sidewalk outside of school hours, and people really do use Coleman at all times of the day and night. So I really think whatever change, and as Councilmember Dorr said regarding our enforcement, not really being a viable tool, not that our police aren't working very hard, but I think it needs to be 24/7.
So one other concern would be, I also support the full-time one-way, and that's because school schedules are so variable. It would be difficult to really have it, be effective. And also hopefully many people are going to be using this. And I just want to be clear, I also support the one-way, the parking removal on only one side. Thank you. Oh, and also, in the future for surveys, if we could, I think the idea of the rank choice was an excellent one, whenever it's appropriate.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I have a couple more comments and a question. My question is it possible to do some type of modeling of what this would look like before it's actually implemented? And that is almost like a little movie. This is what the improvements will look like once they're completed, something visible that someone can see. And I may not be using the right terminology about the technology, but.
No, I think your terminology is great. So there are definitely ways that we could either mock up like a photo simulation, like a static photo with a sketch of what the improvements could look like. That's something we've done for other projects in the past. There's also software and analysis capabilities where you can actually model the traffic changes and then show that with things moving. That's quite expensive. And so I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing that at this point in time. I think what I'm hearing, if I'm understanding your request, is more about what it looks like, so people can know what the changes will be experiencing and as we go into the pilot.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's something we could look at including in the city section.
Thank you. And then my other comments are around the neighborhood traffic management plan. It's my understanding that neither District 3 or District 2 has had one in the past few years. And so just thinking about, there are other areas that have challenges, especially with children getting to and from school. And so I would like to encourage the city to have one for each area, as opposed to just looking at the one street, whether it's Ringwood or Coleman or the streets that run perpendicular or parallel to it. I'm specifically thinking about, it's not Willow Oak School, whatever the charter school is that's on Willow Road. I mean, that's an issue. And I don't even see crossing guards out there as far as egress and ingress, parents doing pickup, drop off, and then the cars on Willow Road that are still trying to travel in their direction. And there's the students walking to school. So I believe that safe streets are our priority, that we need to be looking at other areas that have high impact as well. The speeds are high on Willow Road a lot of times too. So just wanted to add that. And I believe that the neighborhood traffic management plan will evolve into a new name, which only has 2 words to it: slow streets. So anyway, so I just wanted to add that to the direction in the study session, if that's possible. And that's just to have a discussion about it in the future.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we are in process of revamping the neighborhood traffic management program to what we're calling slow streets. That work has been in progress, but has been delayed by some pretty significant staff turnover in the transportation division in the last 8 months. So we're targeting next spring to bring something back to the council for more formal direction, so that we can look at the requests that we've gotten from residents. They're all listed on the city's website, so you can see all the streets where requests have come in. And then did just want to call out, we actually did one of our larger NTMP projects in District 2 in the Baywood, Marmona, McKendree area. That was installed, I think, in probably 2017, 2018. So there have been pretty significant traffic calming efforts, but not necessarily on Coleman or this particular corridor in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Nagai. I appreciate the information. Vice Mayor Combs?
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I wanted to make sure that, like, to express where I am at, and that I am certainly open to exploring the removal of parking, but I to be clear to the residents on Coleman that this is not something that they know of that the council is considering to the point of actually giving direction. So to be clear, I think feedback from them and their engagement in this process is going to be key for any final determination regarding the removal of parking. And so because obviously we didn't hear from them tonight, I'm sure because they didn't understand that to be something that would be centrally focused on council. So again, I'm open and certainly want to give staff direction to go explore how that looks. But that, for me, a key data point that's missing is understanding the full impacts to the residents on Coleman related to the removal of parking. I do want to call out, though, that I think something that overall makes me uncomfortable with the picture that we're left with at the end of the day is that if you look at Coleman as one street, residents on Coleman will be disproportionately impacted. And that is that the residents in the multi-unit housing will lose, in theory, access to the street or usage of the street, or certainly it will be restricted. And that on the portion where there is no multi-unit housing, as you get into the county portion where there are houses on larger lots, they will not be impacted at all. And I think for me that ultimately that look will be disappointing for our community as a whole, irrespective across county city borders, that is seemingly those residents with the most power and influence were able to engineer a future in which they were not impacted, like, right, by changes to make the street safer, like, right, and those in the apartments are being impacted, and so I do think, again, this is a reflection of the fact that there's not a single government entity that controls Coleman, and so it will be split at the border, but or at the city county line. But I do think that is something that gives me pause, that, like, at the end of the day, that we will make these changes. They will have impacts to the residents there, and it will be residents in one section of that street that will be impacted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Willison?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. At this time, if it pleases the mayor, it sounds like there's some consensus building, and so I'm wondering if now would be an appropriate time to see if the council's interested in looking at a letter. I actually made some edits while we were talking to reflect kind of that issue of resolutions with the school boards. But I wanted to see if that was something we wanted to do, or if we wanted to direct staff to bring back a letter or to bring back a resolution. But I just wanted to see if we do feel the urgency to come out of this meeting with kind of a stake in the ground to urge the county to get that on the agenda while President Warren Slocum is still in office. Then I didn't want us to waste time, and I wanted to have that available for review to see. And I'm totally open to edits. It was kind of just something I threw together. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Councilmember Nash.
I would be very interested in looking at the letter. The one thing that I'm not clear about yet is number 6, the long-term, how we're dealing with pursuing the long-term option and whether that's included or not. Actually,
Yeah, I see the long-term option as, like, if the pilot doesn't work out, then we kind of start back at
completely
it
agree.
all over again. So I don't see that as kind of on the current list.
Along with, I'm very eager to look at this letter as well. I'm curious, I was in that conversation that you all had with the supervisors. Sorry, did I say I was? I was not. And does the title of having a resolution matter? And I'm curious if staff could comment. That's the question to you and Vice Mayor Combs, and the question to staff of, would it be feasible to both do a letter and a resolution? And that's a question I'd like to ask the city manager or someone else on staff.
Yes, I think in terms of feasibility, yes, we could do both. Ideally, I think from a consistency perspective, we'd want the messaging to be consistent across whatever forms of communication you'd want to proceed. But I think we could bring back a resolution fairly quickly. We'd have to look at the specific meeting dates in November. But I think we could bring back a resolution like on the consent calendar if it's something that the council did want to take that path going forward.
If I could chime in, I actually think that the letter will suffice coming from, I mean, because I think the difference is that we're not just sending a letter, we're doing other very specific things in furtherance of what we think the future of the road should look like. That includes expending city, not just political capital, but actual city resources and time and money. I think the idea with the resolution from the other elected boards was the idea that they could show and express support, But that would be the only way in which they were expressing support. Like, right, there wasn't any expectation they'd be contributing money, but we're actually doing stuff. Like, so I don't know that like we need the, so if we've got the letter and we're actually also doing stuff that aligns with like, that would complement, like, right, very specifically, the one-way thing, then I would think that would be enough. But if Councilmember Willison thinks that from that meeting she would sense something different, that we'd actually from us need an official resolution, then again, like I defer to her. But if time is of the essence, I think I would be fine with a letter.
Yeah, I think it's half dozen and six of the other at this point. I mean, it's us putting our political weight behind this thing. So if that's what it comes down to, is a technicality on a resolution versus a letter, I just don't see that being the thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. And so can we put the letter on the screen for all the council to see? Thank you.
Okay, so I can, so City Clerk Heron and I'm trying to follow, like, I just want to let everyone know again, Councilmember Combs was privy to this letter. Nobody else, because of the Brown Act, was privy to this letter. They're seeing it for the first time now. I just want to clarify that. And I can go ahead and read the letter, and I believe the city clerk has copies. There's a few members of the public that are here in attendance, but I'll go ahead and read it out loud. Again, this was a draft. I just wrote it up this afternoon, and I've had a lot going on today. So there could be typos, there could be things. I put the green was what I literally wrote here on the dais after talking. It might not have the right tone. Dear President Slocum, Vice President Canepa, Supervisor Corzo, Supervisor Mueller, Supervisor Pine, and other interested parties. The City of Menlo Park greatly appreciates our longstanding partnership with the County of San Mateo. We believe that our mutual constituents and our many shared stakeholders benefit when we work together to solve longstanding challenges in our community. This is especially true as it relates to the safety of our children on streets that have multi-jurisdictional complexities. To that end, we are truly grateful to have had our two public agencies work so well together over the last 2 years in the joint Coleman and Ringwood Avenues transportation study. It is the position of the Menlo Park City Council that it's time to move from studying the ongoing problems on Coleman Avenue to taking action on a potential solution. The City of Menlo Park is looking to make a variety of street improvements on the city portion of the street, including I had a typo here, removal of parking on one side of the street to facilitate bicycle improvements, installing traffic calming measures, and installing a new stop sign at Santa Monica Avenue. We feel that it is time for the county to also move forward on its segment. This letter is to convey our support for the one-way pilot within the county section of Coleman Avenue. The one-way pilot is a relatively low-cost opportunity to make space on Coleman for all modes of travel. The pilot leaves in place vehicular traffic flow from Willow Road to Ringwood Avenue, minimizing impacts to drivers for morning drop-offs at Menlo Atherton High School and Lower Laurel Elementary. While many who participated in the study favored widening Coleman Avenue and/or completely blocking off Coleman at the county line, many others found both of those too impactful for trees and our vehicular flow. The one-way pilot has emerged as the compromise option that most are willing to try. If the pilot ends up being unsuccessful, the use of temporary materials will enable it to be easily removed if necessary. This is the new part, and I literally did this while we were talking, so if it's coming off a little, let me know. We would like to acknowledge a request that President Slocum and Supervisor Mueller made at a meeting with Vice Mayor Combs and Councilmember Wallison, as well as county and city staff. At this meeting, the supervisors requested that resolutions be requested from the Menlo Park City School Board and the Sequoia Union High School District Board. In the place of these resolutions, the superintendents and principals of these school districts submitted letters of support for the one-way pilot. It is our understanding that at least MPCSD does not have a practice of taking positions on street design. We also feel that there have been many noticed public meetings that have discussed the one-way option and that the public has had ample opportunity to have their thoughts heard. Your agendizing of this topic will be yet another chance for people to share their opinions. Please do not make school district resolutions a prerequisite for agendizing this topic. We urge the Board of Supervisors to move this project forward as soon as possible to the next phase of development. Let's be the ones to make this happen. Thank you for your consideration. Totally open to any and all feedback.
I think it's excellent. One suggestion would be installing a new all-way stop sign at Santa Monica, just to add all-way.
Yeah, if I could also I think it's fine. The only thing I would say is the last sentence, please do not make school district resolutions a prerequisite for agendizing the topic. And so because as I understood it, it wasn't going to be a prerequisite for agendizing the topic. It was going to be a prerequisite for like sort of understanding the support specifically for like the one-way option.
So,
So I think that line is not needed, but everything else is fine.
Thank you, may I respond, Mayor Taylor? Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. I totally agree. The reason I threw that in there, because there was actually a public comment today at the Board of Supervisors meeting urging the board to agendize this item. And Supervisor Mueller actually responded to the public comment and said that without resolutions, they would not be agendizing the topic, which is why I threw that in there.
Okay, well, you have information that I did not have.
Sorry, it's breaking news.
Okay.
It's what I heard transpired.
Okay.
I can only tell you what I've heard.
Okay.
Thank you.
One suggestion in the new green section, the supervisors, I don't know if you need to capitalize supervisor. And then another note, I wonder if in the second paragraph, we could better stress that the adjustments that the city is making, this is not wordsmithing, this is just general feedback, stressing that these improvements, or especially the idea of removing parking on one side and how the new design would be explored. Something about how we're putting money forward with the hope and anticipation that a one-way approach be used by the county. I don't know if something to show that we're financially stepping forward. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
It's just occurring to me that I should probably be typing these, or is there someone on staff who can copy and paste this and make edits?
I can make this into an editable document and then ask our staff to revise for this direction.
Okay, because I just realized my brain wasn't, I feel like I exerted all the energy I have in myself to do the letter, and now I'm realizing that I'm totally fine with however you want to change. So far, all the comments I've heard are excellent, but I realized I wasn't dynamically updating it. So if somebody could capture those comments, that'd be fabulous.
It'll take us a minute to catch up, but we're tracking what you suggested so far, so we can incorporate those once we have an editable document.
Thank you. I have one edit, and that is to add the county executive as opposed to other interested parties.
County Executive Mike Halligy. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
I also wonder if it'd be helpful to be explicit about the letters that have come through from the school boards and the Union District High School Board as well. If we could, because it mentions here that what the supervisors requested, but I think it might be helpful here in place of these resolutions, the superintendents and principals of these school districts submitted letters of support. Specifically, if we could add specifically what those letters were. Was it just from those two, but there's also from the principals? And so I'm curious if we could.
So it was all one letter
that
they all signed.
Gotcha.
Thank you. So I guess, okay, it sounds like Councilmember Dora has another edit. I'm just process wise. So it sounds like there's some consensus up here about doing this letter. What does that look like? Who sends this? The mayor, I'm guessing we're asking her to sign it, but how does this work?
So I think if there's general consensus that you want to send the letter and that you're okay with authorizing the mayor to sign, we would take this, make the edits that you've directed, put it on city letterhead and then work with the mayor to sign and send it to the Board of Supervisors.
Would it be helpful to, if the city manager signed it as well? No. Quick no.
I'd be more than happy to, but I don't think that's normally the place for the city manager. So I would say this would be a letter from the body. It's pretty rare that I co-sign anything with a council member.
I would say that if we're moving in a unanimous direction, I think it would be powerful to add that this is a unanimously, that the Menlo Park City Council unanimously believes or something that it's time. But that's only if everyone feels comfortable.
I'm supportive of that. My last edit request is, could we say, like, have an appendix and then copy the letter so it's clear everyone who signed that letter and what the letter said from the different districts and principals.
Yeah, I
So
think we could
after-
probably put a footnote because it's actually in our staff packet too. So, yeah.
Right. So in the in the letter that goes to them, I'd love it to be embodied there. Okay, great. Thanks.
She is still.
So I guess, Ms. Nagaya, do you feel like you have the edits and feedback?
So we have adding the reference to the always stop at Santa Monica, capitalizing supervisors, attaching the school district letter. The one that I will ask for follow-up clarification on is, I think Councilmember Doer's request, if there was consensus around adding more description to the improvements that we're considering as part of the pilot within the city jurisdiction.
And my hope with a comment there is to try to say that the city is ready to move forward with exploring, obviously with more work that's needed to go forward with the pilot. But to put funding forward that would be in combination with the one-way approach pilot.
I don't have the words. It's okay. Well, it says in that, I guess in the second paragraph, it lists the different things. So it ends at stop sign at Santa Monica Avenue. And then in addition, you know, we are prepared to dedicate funds to be able to complement the county in their one-way pilot or something. Because that was in our budget. We have, looks like the city has a contribution. I think the county part of the pilot's like 500,000 or something that they're going to have to find money for. So something about how we're ready to pony up money for our contribution of that. I don't know. Is that what you're getting at?
Are funding these measures along with city funding for the project are designed to complement the one-way pilot?
I think my wordsmithing abilities is waning.
And I just have one question. In the staff report, the impact on city resources said that there was additional funding would be needed for the council direction for action 3. Is that correct?
Yes, so I think for the pilot installations, we have some funding remaining from the study, but we would need to supplement to proceed with the direction that we've heard tonight. So I think at this time, what we'd be looking to do is bring back that request as part of our mid-year budget process early next year. But I think I'm trying to think through how to incorporate the spirit of what's been requested. So I think it could be fine to acknowledge that there is ongoing city funding dedicated to this project and the council. Okay, great. I'll stop there.
Great. So Mayor, like along those lines, as the council finishes some deliberations on this, I think the final motion would be the council's and the city attorney can help it, authorizing the mayor to finalize the letter. And as part of that, the mayor can get the consultation of staff for this additional wordsmithing. But ultimately, the letter would be signed by the mayor. There's going to be some final wordsmithing. It'd be the mayor and staff working through these final details.
Yes, thank you.
One thing I want to note is Ringwood is not present here. And I appreciate that this letter is really trying to focus on the opportunity with a one-way pilot, and just to confirm with other council members that we're going to hold on and at some later point try to rebroach that with the county.
Yeah, I mean, Ringwood needs attention. I'm worried that if we try to bundle it with this, that it'll sink the whole thing. I've just seen other projects get sunk like that, and it doesn't mean that Ringwood doesn't need our support. I'm concerned the scope creep could derail action on this right now.
Wasn't Ringwood a part of the, I'm going to call it the BMP or whatever, the BPAC? It was about the whole area, both Ringwood and Coleman. So, Ms. Nagai, I'll take your recommendation here. Would it make sense to include Ringwood in this letter or not to?
Good question. I think there were recommendations for Ringwood in the study as part of what we presented tonight. I think the challenge with Ringwood is there seems to be more consistent opposition to the improvements and less of a compromise solution. So it's really just the long-term option that's been put forward. And the city's ability to make improvements to Ringwood, because our jurisdiction is so small, is much less. And so I think ultimately the calculus about the political aspect of whether it's strategically beneficial to include or not, I would leave to the council, but I do acknowledge that there were recommendations for Ringwood in this study as well.
I think at some point that we should address Ringwood to the county because it's a part of the problem. Like this is a collective issue with Ringwood and Coleman. And so the fact that we're not including it, to me, doesn't make sense because it's another area we're not addressing, even though it's not our jurisdiction. That's had decades of issues. So I leave to staff's recommendation to not include it, but when will we? Like, when can we? And then even talk about, I think Councilmember Dorr, you brought up a short-term pilot.
If I could,
Vice Mayor Combs?
I think I'm also supportive of staff's direction. I think where Councilmember Olson is going to focus our efforts on Coleman, where the nexus is much stronger with something that the city actually has control over. But what I would say is, like, let's see how this goes. I think we might find out very quickly what the county thinks of suggestions from us, or recommendations, our requests for actions based on our engagement on Coleman. And I think we can go from there. Like, right, if they seem responsive and engaged, then maybe we can come back and discuss Ringwood. But if we get no action on this, then I don't know that it's the best use of our time to discuss Ringwood when the county is not willing to engage on Coleman.
Thank you. Ms. Nagai, do you need any, and Ms. Choi, do you need any other direction from City Council?
Okay. No, I think I think on the letter, we are good. I will just acknowledge one more edit that Mark just reminded me about, which was the acknowledgement of the addition of unanimous council feedback tonight. And then I think, could we just pull up the table in the slides with the 6 items? Because I think the only other one that I didn't hear consensus was whether to bring back direction to accept the final report. But I'm seeing nodding. Okay, so just one. Okay. Okay. I heard an end it. Good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time tonight and diligence on all the different topics. Thank you. That is all we need.
Thank you for your work on this. And let's move forward and implement it.
I just want to thank my colleagues for caring so much about the street and for your engagement. And I want to thank everyone who came, regardless of what you thought or wanted. And, you know, it's kind of not in our hands anymore. So, you know, let's see where this can go. But thank you. As I end my term, it felt good to get to see this topic come forward. This meant a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Right. Our next agenda item is regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The regular business item is I-1, consider and adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective December 1st, 2024. Here to introduce this item is our Administrative Services Director, Brittany Mello.
Good evening, City Council. The item before you for consideration is to adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective December 1st. The salary schedule lists the salary ranges for all authorized job classifications at the city in accordance with state law. The proposed amendment this evening would incorporate the City Council compensation adjustment that was approved May 21st. By way of background, in July 2023, the state of California passed Senate Bill 329 or SB 329 in an effort to increase equitable representation at city government levels. According to the League of California Cities, SB 329 was adopted because lengthy time commitments and limited pay discourage many people from running for public office, especially low-income residents, single parents, people of color, and young people. In May, an ordinance was adopted to increase City Council compensation from $640 per month per City Council member to $950 per month per City Council member. Previously, City Council compensation had not been adjusted since November 2000. Pursuant to Government Code Section 36516.5, any City Council salary increase may take effect only when at least one member of the City Council commences a term of office. For Menlo Park, this is following the November 2024 municipal election. This compensation change results in a total annual increase of $18,600. There are sufficient funds in the adopted fiscal year 24-25 budget for this amendment, and no additional appropriation is needed. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And are there any clarifying questions from City Council members before we take public comment? City Clerk Karen, can you take public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our regular business item I-1, consider and adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule. If you are participating in chambers, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating remotely, you can go ahead and engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. All right, this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item I1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Bringing it back to the dais, are there any questions for staff? Do we have a motion to approve this item?
Yeah, since I won't be here, I'm happy to approve this motion, make the motion but I'm happy to second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Willison and a second by City Councilmember Doer to adopt a resolution to amend the City of Menlo Park salary schedule effective December 1st. Any further City Council questions or discussion?
I just have one comment. In order to be consistent, I will not be supporting this until we have a living wage for our teachers and the rest of our staff. Thank you.
Can I also just make a quick comment on this? And I'll just make a comment because we did get at least one email to CCIN when we first approved this, like expressing some outrage that we were increasing the compensation for council members in Menlo Park, and I guess to some degree our own compensation. I just like to reiterate that this this is still a role that people do because they want to serve their fellow residents and because they're passionate about this work. As I sit here from the East Coast at almost 1 a.m., this is clearly not something that I do because of the compensation, and the way these roles are structured and compensated still make them something that is really not possible for the vast majority of our people, the vast majority of people in our community. And so that means that the result is that we don't have councils, have not had councils and continue not to have a council that's really reflective of all of the diversity, socioeconomic diversity that we see in our community. And I think this is one small effort to try to make these roles a little bit more attractive, but they are still far away. So I just to the email that we got in some months ago, I am very much supportive of this move because I do think we have to do all we can to make these roles more attractive to folks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further City Council question, discussion? Okay, seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
City Councilmember Willison.
Yes.
City Councilmember Doer.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
No.
And the motion passes with Mayor Taylor dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Our next item is item J, informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask questions on an informational item. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comment on our informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, J1, City Council agenda topics, or J2, Communitywide electrification program, home upgrade services progress report. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. Currently see one speaker. This will be the final call for public comment on our informational items J1 and J2. All right, turning this over to Pam Jones. And Pam, if you can let us know which item you're talking on.
J2.
Great, thank you. Go right ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. Pam Jones, resident of Bellhaven neighborhood in Menlo Park. There are two programs, Habitat for Humanity Home Upgrade and the Communitywide Electrification Program through Peninsula Energy upgrade services that are accepting applications pretty much at the same time. I remember asking that if at all possible, both programs had similar application processes. I also asked for full transparency on the requirements, which is indicated in this report. I missed number 13 on the intake form. It states, do your investable assets exceed $500,000, defining investable as liquid accesses, including education, custodial accounts, individually owned, retirement accounts, stocks, options, bonds, mutual funds, managed account, hedge funds, structural products, ETFs, cash accounts, annuities, and cash value life insurance. The question that I have, actually it's multiple questions. How was this number decided? Who decided it? When was it decided? Because I think the year is very important, because we know that it is more expensive to live now than it was 10 years ago. The assumption here is that $500,000 would be a livable income for maybe 10 years. $1 million would be a livable income for about 20 years. I have at least 20 years more, and I wish I had $1 million to ensure that I would have a comfortable life up until then. Maybe a person that has that income, that amount saved, is actually going to use it for their great-grandchildren to attend college. I feel as though one has to be dirt poor to take advantage of this program. Very low income now does not mean that a person has always had low income. So we don't know exactly what the person may have done in order to save this amount of money, if it's a savings. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, food for thought. But I think it is important to find out how this decision was made. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And I have a comment on item J2. The Communitywide electrification program. And when we discussed this, I don't remember how many months ago, several months ago, I brought up the idea of someone over a certain age not needing to qualify. Just this past, I want to say 2 weeks ago, there was a woman who celebrated her 102nd birthday. And I thought about her filling out the application for this program. And I find it difficult that we cannot waive a process for someone who's been on this earth for over 10 decades. And so just bringing this up again, the idea, we have legacy residents in Menlo Park, folks who live over 100 years old. And if you see the papers that are required to fill out to participate in these programs, and then our goal, our climate action goals, and who we want to make sure has clean air or clean access. To me, it's that person that's 102 years old. And so I'm bringing it up just to consider at some point to bring this topic back to really look at our legacy residents in Menlo Park and who we really want to benefit from these programs. That's one comment. The other is, and I'm not sure because I have not read our climate action plan recently, where is equity rooted in the language of our climate action plan? And I'll just leave it there, and I'll bring it up when it's not 10 o'clock in the evening at night. But just wanted to bring those things up, how these resources that we have in Menlo Park and who they're for and how there are still barriers to them. And then the application process. We need to consider having one application for the programs so that folks aren't filling out 2 sets of applications for these programs. So just a thought. Thank you. Right. And if there aren't any other comments on informational items, I'll move on to item K, which is the city manager's report. City Manager Justin Murphy, do we have a report out?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to advertise a couple upcoming events. First being Halloween Hoopla, the parade and carnival downtown Menlo Park, Saturday, October 28th from 11 to 2. The meetup spot is behind Cheeky Monkey. Parade will continue down Santa Cruz and festivities at Fremont Park, and special shout out to a co-sponsor on this, Cheeky Monkey. So it's great. Thank you to them for stepping up to be a sponsor of this event, but also a great opportunity to patronize all the shops downtown. And then on Sunday, there's going to be 2 concurrent events. It's the Pumpkin Splash at the Burgess Pool and Bellhaven Pool. That's from 11 a.m. to 3. So that's Sunday, October 27th. And then a totally new event this year is a trunk or treat that's occurring at the Bellhaven Community Campus on Tuesday, October 9th from 4:30 to 6:30. So information about all of these events are on the city's website. And then I'd like to turn to Ms. Herron to do an announcement about an upcoming recruitment.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Murphy. So for any Menlo Park resident who resides in the East Palo Alto Sanitary District, we have a special recruitment for an advisory committee, which is set to begin in January of 2025. So this coming January. The requirement is that it is a Menlo Park resident over the age of 18 and a service area resident of the East Palo Alto Sanitary District. For more information, you can visit menlopark.gov/sanitary sewer. You can also give me a call or email me or stop by the city clerk's office at City Hall. Looking forward to getting some great applications for this. Recruitment will be open through Friday, November 8th. The city council is tentatively scheduled to make the appointment at one of their November meetings. And then that will be turned over to the city of East Palo Alto for the creation of this advisory committee. And that concludes my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Our next agenda item is city council member reports. Are there any report outs from city council members since our last meeting? Thank you. And at this time, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.